Howdy, howdy. Is that my hands? How you doing, Val? How's it going? Turn down the music a bit. Got that cranked up a little. But also, I really like it. This is, yeah. I'm doing good. I'm just like, let me show you. I have it. Oh, I unplugged it so I wouldn't mess up anything when I pressed keys. It lights up. I have it set up to light up on individual keys whenever I touch them. It does a pink light. Yeah, this is just like a cheap, well, not a cheap, it's like a cheaper end, like Red Dragon. I got it because the case was white. That's literally the reason why. And then I, pretty much switched out and modded everything else, so these keycaps were a choice I chose because I love the colors. It sounds really nice, if I put it down. I love my keyboard. I had some fun messing with it. I got some really soft switches and stuff in there. Very light ones, not soft ones. The switches themselves are actually really pretty. I'm really sad that my switches look so pretty and I can't even see them. Like, they're all just these really cute pink ones. But in case you know Switch stuff, they're just Akko jelly pinks. If you know that stuff. Anyone who's curious. I'm doing good. I'm excited. I'm very excited to talk about and show off manga today. That's the plan anyways. I saw my headphone cord on my wrist and I thought I had a wristband on there, and I'm like, I should get that off so it doesn't cut off circulation. Yeah, I love my keyboard though. I'm glad you're surviving. I'm doing good. I've been working. It was a long week. It was such a long week. I don't know what it was. Probably because we were leading up to like important people coming in. I forgot to turn on something. I forgot to turn on my little person thing. Let me open that. But I have been doing good. I've just been basically working, and then when I'm not working, I'm watching Scooby-Doo. Or now I'm playing Minecraft because the Minecraft update came out yesterday, which is exciting. I've been getting back into Yu-Gi-Oh! For like the 1000th time. I can't leave that game. But also it's really hard to get back into. Where's my thing that I use to open up my VTuber stuff? No, it's not that one. My desktop is kind of a mess right now, and I need to clean it. My computer desktop, not my actual desktop. Yeah, like outside of work, I've just been having a good time, and my coworkers are cool, so it's not like the worst thing in the world. There we go. That's what I meant to have. Okay, cool. Now we're good. We're set up. But yeah, mainly just been watching a lot of Scooby-Doo, honestly. And waiting for myself to get caught up, because I'm kind of juggling a lot of stuff. So I'm working on my own secret project again. I'm watching all the Scooby-Doo movies. Minecraft update just came out. I was playing a lot of Halo. I still play Halo whenever it comes up with friends and stuff, but I don't play it like a ton by myself. And then, so I haven't been reading, despite today being the manga stream day. Manga has not been my most commonly done of my activities, just because, you know, I have a lot of stuff I'm into right now. Pain in the butt, but how it's going. So I was trying to figure out how I was going to decide on where to start and where to grab stuff from. Because I own a lot of manga. I have 11 shelves worth. I have 9 full shelves. I have my shelf next to me, which is my 2 read shelf. And then I have this stuff that's like on top of my shelf. The 2 read shelf and the top of my shelf are not the biggest. But they're still their own thing. So I decided that's like 11 is like the perfect amount to just roll 2 die because I got these dice. And we'll use that. Dabby, how's it going? It's the manga stream. We got some jams going, and I'm... Yeah, we're doing the manga thing. Did I set up the things? Thanks for the subscribble stat. Yeah, these are my hands. Isn't that weird? So weird. So I decided I'm gonna have like my 9 main shelves. If we roll a 2 through 10, if we roll an 11, that'll be the top of my shelf. And then for my, if we roll a 12, that'll be my 2 read. We won't be rolling a 1 because we're rolling 2 die. So that should cover all of them. I'm just gonna make sure I set up my stuff right. I did. Okay, cool. But yeah, I'm excited for that. And that's how we're gonna decide. So, move the keyboard back. That one's still going. That's a 4, so we're gonna start on shelf number 4. I will say, yeah, it does average to 7 more often, but I just don't have a better way of doing it. I will say, hey T-Dragon, hey TRM. Before we go over to it, we rolled a 4. I do have like 3 series that take up 2 shelves worth of space. So even then, like, it's very we're more likely that we're gonna roll looking at JoJo, looking at Shaman King, or looking at One Piece. All right, have a good one, Stabby. Thanks for stopping by and saying hi. Thanks for the subscribe again. But we rolled a 4, so we'll take whatever the 3rd shelf I have is, and we'll roll with that as where we start. I'll go grab it real quick. Let me go see what that is. And then once we start just like rolling doubles a lot, or not doubles, once we start rolling like ones we've already done a lot, maybe we'll just start grabbing stuff. Okay. Grab those. Grab these. Oh goodness. Move some stuff off of my desk. Let's put those. Put my controller right there. Okay. How am I gonna show this? How am I gonna show some of this? I can't show the covers of a couple of these. Uh-oh. Hey, Mr. Pig, how's it going? We're doing the manga collection thing today. We finally are. We're rolling a die to see which shelf I grab from. Well, we're rolling 2 die. 2 dice, whatever. I just realized these match my keyboard. Nice. We rolled a 4. I decided we're not taking the whole thing. Yeah. They're not like those kind of series, but like they do have some TOS stuff on like their cover and stuff, but I will show them from like the back cover. I think that'll work. Yeah, the back covers, and then I'll just have them kind of out of order, and then that way the good front cover one is in the front, and then the back cover, so the others are in the back. And we're gonna start with your first manga for Christmas. That's exciting. I love manga. It's addictive though. It's very addictive. I very much prefer reading them physically, over the computer. It's really nice to have as like my yeah, it's possible for me to flip my camera. Is my camera flipped? Oh, my camera is flipped. Yeah, I did that on purpose. You're right. But yeah, I have my camera flipped. It's just under like under my things. There's like a transform option, and I just have it like flip vertical. Which I guess, does that flip the art? That does. So never mind. We're gonna do this differently. Because the art's all flipped, and that's weird. So let's flip. Or wait, you know what I can do? You know what I can do? I can flip vertical. So we're back where we were. But then after, I can flip horizontal. And then it looks normal. Even though it's like double flipped. There we go. That's how you do it. That feels really weird to be looking at my camera through. Also, welcome, Luca. Yeah, we're just starting, so you haven't missed anything yet. Let me adjust my webcam to be facing at like kind of an easier to work at angle. I love this song. I'm on camera. There we go. This is a series I love. If you don't know who Clamp is, I guess that's something to explain, because we're going to be seeing a little bit of them. Clamp is one of my favorites. They are definitely a classic one. They're a little bit controversial just because they cover a lot of weird stuff. But they are an all-women's group who, like, have been around for ages at this point. Clamp started off doing, like, fan comics and doujins for stuff. Clamp is how I found JoJo. By reading old Clamp doujins online. That's how I discovered what JoJo was, because they did stuff for it like back in the 90s, because they were big fans of it. So yeah, Kakawin laid an egg. That's something that old school people get the joke of. This is one of their less popular series, but it's one of my personal favorites. XXX Holic. I remember watching the anime for this way back in the day. Yeah, they made it like a weird yeah, see, Jotaro's kid hatched from the egg that Kakawin laid. It's really weird. But like I love their art. Like Clamp's art, like they mix it up sometimes just because like there's several people. So like depending on like what it is, they'll pick like different people to be their art lead, and little pieces of like their styles will come through. But I absolutely adore Clamp art. They are pretty much the people who created Yaoi Hands though. So like their proportions are gonna be all kinds of weird and wild. Like this series specifically, Holic, is super known for like, I wish I could show it better. I wish my camera was better. Is super known for like these weird lanky proportions that they give the characters. They are just like these big long beanpole people. I love it. I think it's a cool aesthetic. It looks a lot better in the manga than it does in the anime, that's for sure. But this series here is about this guy Watanuki. He is he can see ghosts, and the ghosts know that, and they love to just annoy him and torment him. So he goes to this woman here. Her name escapes me off the top of my head because I'm dumb and my memory is really bad. And he goes to her and asks like, hey, she's like a supernatural person. So he's asking like, can you fix my problem. I don't want to see ghosts anymore. They're really annoying. Um, so she's like, yeah, I'll do that, but you have to work for me for a while, and we're gonna do like basically solve supernatural odd jobs and stuff. And it's a lot of like, it's so bizarre, a lot of weird supernatural occurrences. One of my favorites in the anime was like a monkey's paw. Like they need to go track down a monkey's paw that's gotten loose, and the guy having it has like a ton of crazy stuff going on. It's like, if you like weird supernatural stuff and like how it affects people, like that's pretty much what this is. It's a lot of short stories. There's a lot of references to their older works, so like you can see here, like these ears are like a reference to Chi from Chobits, which is a series they did prior. If you like weird, spooky, supernatural stuff, this series is really good. It's very fun. It's not like their deepest thing ever or anything, but like the occurrence to occurrence stories of it are very, very fun and interesting and very cool. Absolutely. Like this is the classic series for me, like growing. Yeah, see, here's a good example. Like everyone's like really lanky, and like it only gets more extreme as it goes on. But I absolutely adore Clamp's art. They have like this weird, they have this like super beautiful, elegant art style that they tend to do. There's a bit of like One Piece-y stuff in here. A lot more stuff they're known for. Like they did the character designs for what's that show? Code Geass. They did the character. They did Cardcaptor Sakura. They did Chobits. They did a few other series I have coming up. These are some real legends of like history. They invented yaoi hands, which is funny. This is one of their less popular series, like I was saying, but I love it. Yeah, they're the same. It's the same team who wrote it. All female group. They're really cool. They don't use any editors, or not editors. They don't use any assistants. It's just the 3 to 5 of them, depending on what area you're looking at. So if you want to support an all-female team, Clamp's cool. They do cover some touchy subject matters on occasion, depending on what series you're reading. So heads up on that. But this is the only volume of Holic I currently have. I mainly bought it for nostalgia's sake. I do want to get more of these. My hands are full with all the other stuff I'm reading. But I really like Holic because I like the weird supernatural storytelling events and stuff. I think they're spooky and interesting, but they're not like horror. They're just like spooky adjacent. I love that kind of stuff. Where am I gonna put these? I'll just pop them on my bed. Here's the one where I was like, I don't know how I can show these. These are the ones we were actually talking about this a bit ago. This is the My Lesbian Experience with Loneliness books, and their the sequels to them. These are fantastic. They are written by, once again, a female author. I guess this must be like my female author shelf, because everything I grabbed off of there was all female authors. That's an accident, but that's cool. These are personal diaries, basically. These are like her manga diaries of like her struggles with like mental health and like sexuality, depression, all that kind of stuff. I kind of have them in the wrong order because this is the only one whose cover doesn't have like naked people on it. Which is the cover of the most recent one, My Alcoholic Escape from Reality. These are super introspective. Let me see if I can pull out some artwork just to show you the kind of stuff we'd be looking at. Like, it's mostly like this kind of stuff. I love the one-tone coloring that she uses. If you like super relatable, but also can be kind of depressing, like introspective stuff, absolutely, yeah, like it's really depressing. I had to go lay down every time. Like I regularly have to take breaks when I was reading these. Where's Kondo's Scaredy? Kondo's coming. I'm rolling a die to see which shelf I'm grabbing. So we'll get to Kondo. Or do you want me to do that one next? Once we finish this shelf, I'll jump to the shelf that has Kondo on it. Then Spooky can yell about Kondo. We have this and like 2 more series to cover after this shelf, and then we'll just jump this to the shelf that is Spooky's favorite. But yeah, like it's super relatable, and it's just tons of introspection. Even if like, yeah, but they're on different shelves, so you're gonna have to get lucky. I had to figure out how I was gonna show these because the covers. Oh wait, I keep on forgetting I don't have to flip them with how I have my camera set up. So I just have that one cover, and then I have the others on their back because I can't show the covers. Even though it's like called My Lesbian Experience with Loneliness, that's like the culmination of like the stories in the first book. I think anyone who can relate to like mental health struggles and like depression and stuff can totally relate to this book. Well, these books, they're really good, but they are kind of heavy. They are all autobiographical. I super enjoy them. I really like them, but I did have to take breaks occasionally while reading them. Pretty good. The artwork's really cute. Like I said, I love the like single color coloring that they go for through the whole thing. Usually pink, the last one goes to orange. Big recommend, but we talked about these recently, so. This one's not a manga, but it's on the shelf, same shelf, because I don't have my shelves organized in any way. I keep on flipping things. FF Dot. This is so cool. This is an art book for the pixel art of Final Fantasy. And the whole book's one big square. It's like a perfectly square book because pixel art. I love this. This is so cool. So like, this is like my era of Final Fantasy. This is like the classic stuff I grew up with, and then like a bunch of them that I wasn't able to play, but I played like the newer versions of. Once again, this is actually the works of a female person. Because if you don't know, let me find her name. It's in the back. She she translated everyone's artwork into the pixel art for the early Final Fantasy games. She is super responsible for like, not the concept art and discovering everything, but she's like the unsung hero of creating the pixel art of the early Final Fantasy series. She does not get like the credit and love that she deserves, and it makes me very happy they released a book 100% like dedicated to her work. Like it's got all kinds of stuff. It doesn't have everything, but it has like pretty much everything that people would be looking for and more. Like it has the old sprites, it shows them from like different directions, it shows their color palettes. It doesn't really do like much of the explaining. It's very much like, here's the pixels, you know what these are. I love this book so much. It smells so nice because it's still pretty new. It's got like, here's like a town map, and then it shows like the tile set over here. This is one of my favorite things. It shows the tile set. Damn it, glossy. It shows the tile set she used to like construct the town. So these are the tiles that make up this whole town from in-game, which is so cool. And then like there's a blown up version of the sprites of this area here. Pull it up. So yeah, smell it. Smell that book. That smells so good, right? That's like that's that good book smell. And then there's like just some normal sprites you'll come across. Like I'm trying to make it sort of the glossiness doesn't get in the way. This is one of the reasons why glossy books are a pain in the butt. It's hard to show people. But it's got like the treasure chest, like a skull, like some weapon shop stuff, stairs, doors, graves. I love book smell. Okay, book smell is one of my favorite smells in the world. That and like the smell of a fresh pack of trading cards. If it's a trading card with a good smell. Most of them smell good, but for some reason, like when I open Bakugan, they smell kind of weird. I like paper products. Paper product smell is good. I like paper. And then like here's the 2018 versions they made for like one of the many re-releases they've done. Because it's Bakugan, I really wanted to like the new Bakugan stuff, but outside of like the Bakugan models themselves, that game had problems, and those cards were the worst quality I've ever touched. They felt nasty. Here's one of my favorite things they show the evolution of. It's the evolution of the menu finger. Because in all Final Fantasy games, the menus are like in most of the Final Fantasy games, you would go through the menu and it would use a finger to point at things instead of like an arrow or a dot or something. They would use a finger. And here's the evolution of the fingers over the game. So here's it in 1, 2, 3, 4. I love that. That makes me very happy that they showed the evolution of it. Same thing here with like the evolution of the Chocobo sprites. Like here's it in 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, the evolution of I can show this book forever, so we'll speed it up a little bit. But yeah, it's just like, it's all the way like 1 through 6. Yeah, like that's the thing, is a lot of this works so clearly. Like as we go into the Super Nintendo era, she has so much more to work with, but like all of this NES stuff is so impressive. Like these these are the character portraits from Final Fantasy 2 on the NES. Those are such good character portraits. Using such limited stuff. Like here's the character sprites. Yeah, oh my god, I love looking at old tile sets. It's so impressive whenever people can use them so well. Yeah, I love this art book. If you like pixel art, this is such a good book just to like get inspiration and study and learn from. I love, this is one of my favorite like NES screens of all time. It's just this image of like the castle town. Like it's just showing off like several of the towers that she designed. This is such a nice tower, like in game it looks like that. And it's just like this cluster of pixels. That makes sense, because like it's so hard to just make everything from scratch every time. Oh, here's another example. Here's another tile set thing. Here's the tile sets. Here's what she made with it. Here's some like statues and stuff, pillars. And then as you go on, you can see like the game's evolve. It goes through chronological order, so it goes from like 1 to 2 to 3 to 4, and then like here's some of the stuff from 3 of like the character class outfits. Love that stuff. Like I said, we're gonna try and speed it up. Here's some of the enemies, some like the boss fights sprites. I love the boss fights in that game. Here, a whole page for Cloud of Darkness, because that's just such a like iconic, legendary sprite. I love Cloud of Darkness. Some dragons, like some Bahamut stuff. Towns, like she got better at it as time went on too. Like this town looks so much nicer than the last town, so she still kept improving. Like these castles look a bit clearer than before. She even got some the crystal tower. Like this is some iconic stuff. Here's a little thing where it's like, if you want to, you can cut it out and stand it up. I'm not doing that. I love this art book. Some Chocobo stuff. Yeah, like title screen and like the fonts. This is cool. I love that I can see like the Japanese fonts. Final Fantasy IV, so this is like some Super Nintendo stuff where she just like pretty much had free reign at this point with 4. If you want, you can ruin this book. Exactly. Yeah, like these beautiful evolution of certain iconic enemies. So like here's the evolution of like the goblin sprite. In 1, 2, 3. It's so cute in 3. A lot of the sprites in 3 are very cute. Probably one of the reasons why I like that game. It went for more cutesy art style. And then 4, and then 5. Or like here's bombs. That first bomb is terrifying. Like these are just some iconic enemies. Job class costumes. Just more sprites. This book is huge, by the way. Like iconic scenes from the Super Nintendo. Like just all kinds of stuff. Famous scene. A lot of people know this from Undertale now more than the game it came from, which I find hilarious. That's what Spooky didn't. I remember Spooky being like, "This is a reference to Final Fantasy." But yeah, there's a famous scene. Very good classic storytelling. Yeah, it's Final Fantasy VI, man. Here is all of like the scrolling boss fight that is the final battle with Kuja. Like you start at the bottom. How do I share this? This is so big, but like it's just this massive piece of art that just goes up. It just goes up. Like, oh, it's so like impressively beautiful that this was achieved. Yeah, I can't believe Final Fantasy referenced Undertale. Well, yeah, TRM, all towers kind of look like penises. And then here's some like newer stuff for like the like all the bravest and stuff like that of like newer character designs. So there's like here's some characters from 7 sprites that were made for later mobile game stuff. Which these are fun because a lot of people don't know these. Like there's 8, 10. I skipped 9 by accident. I know a lot of people would be mad if I skip 9. Like there's all the good boys. There's my boy. There's Kuja. I love him. Aiko's sprite is really good. Like it's amazing that like they even translated the much more complicated designs of like later Final Fantasy games, like translating them into yeah, like here's the 12 stuff. I love 12. Um I don't know. It doesn't say specifically which one this came from, I don't think. It just says 2018 version. But it's cool seeing like these more complicated character designs on later games still being translated super well into those classic sprites. There's the boys from 5, and then this is all just pages of interviews with her. Um, like just her talking about like her work and all that stuff. She's fantastic. Woman deserves a lot more respect in Final Fantasy stuff. Like as much as I love Amano and Tetsuya Nomura, she's kind of like the unsung hero that nobody really knows about. But that's FF Dot. This book is huge. It's a brick. And it's all just pixel art. That soundtrack ended. Speaking of which, the next playlist I have queued up here is the Final Fantasy 1 Pixel Remaster. I love this music. Alright, we got one more left from this shelf before we move on to the shelf that Spooky wants to see. Where's the beginning of it? Did I miss some books? Yes, I did. One second. I forgot the first few books of this last series. Alright. Now we can cap off the female author shelf that I accidentally made. It's not the condo shelf. It's just the shelf that has the most condo. Also, I forgot that you have that emote. So here is like one of my childhood classics that has endured in my love for it to this day, which I'm very happy that it did. Hikaru no Go. This was one. It's the condo shelf, Scary. It has Lum on it. It has Lum, and I love Lum. Like, I will call it the Lum shelf before I call it the condo shelf. But this is like one of my childhood favorites, and it still holds up to this day. This is a team, actually. The author is Yumi Hota. This is the only thing she's ever written. And the artist here is Takeshi Obata, who would, after this, move on to make several other much more famous and bigger series, most famously Death Note. This was him doing the art of this before he did the art for that. And he would later on move in the art for Bakuman and other stuff. So this is like a big name artist, but this is like back when he was still finding his style. It's so cool to see and read, but also this is just a fantastic story, and like the game of Go is very captivating. I love the characters. Hey Viz, yeah, that's where I found it. Is I read it in Jump, and like it's one of my favorites. It was like this and like Shaman King and Yu-Gi-Oh were like my 3 favorite things to read in Jump. And I'm very glad that I have the whole series now, and it's so good. But yeah, like this is like early artwork from the guy who would later draw Death Note and stuff, and like you can see like small parts of his style here, but like he's clearly not found it yet. And like this is the series where he finds it. Like as it goes through, his artwork is just slowly leaning into that like aesthetic that he is known for and that style he is known for, and it grows along with the main character, and it feels so natural and it works so well. But if you don't know what it is, Hikaru no Go is a classic Jump manga about this young boy here. He starts off kind of a brat. He's not very likable at first, but over time I grew to really like him as he grew. He is trying to earn some money by cleaning out his grandpa's attic, and he finds a Go board. Go is a Japanese board game. It's very simple, and inside the board is the spirit of I can keep flipping through these because there's a lot of covers of Sai, who is an ancient, like he taught like ancient emperors how to play Go. It is an old game with a lot of history, and he absolutely loves Go, and he is stuck spiritually bound to Hikaru after Hikaru touches the board. And through that, like, Hikaru learns to grow a fascination and love for the game, and it's basically just like his journey from like rookie who could not care less, slowly growing his way to like learning the basics of the game, and all the characters that he like, and all the people that he met growing and just slowly making his way to pro. And it's just his journey from like not knowing a single thing to becoming a pro, and all the people he meets, why they play. There is so much like emotion that like that like characters manage to carry through their like through them just placing stones on a board. I think that's like one of the biggest things that like has led to like one of my favorite things in anime and manga is I love series that are trying to make things that are not like typically exciting, how to make them exciting, how to tell a story using things like a board game or something like that. This is the series where that fascination came from. Like, how does a creator do that? Yeah, the ghost is the only supernatural part. This is not a supernatural manga. This is 100% a real game, and you're playing it like a real game. There's just a ghost in it, who's like one of the main characters. But other than that, this is not supernatural. This is 100% play it straight. Also, hi, Niv, welcome. So like Bakuman, exactly. It's exactly like Bakuman. It's not the same author. Yumi Hotta, this is the only thing she ever wrote, but it is the same artist. But like I said, this is like his early stuff, where his art hasn't quite become what it's known for, but it's still really good. Like, I still really like his early art. It's very strong. Like, he has such a strong foundation on like conveying subtle emotions through how people do things. That's something he's always had. But every character has their own reasons for playing and their own philosophy on what it means to them, and he conveys that super well. Anything through Gumroad? I personally have not, Nexus Aquarian. I have not. So I don't know anything about that. Yeah, an ad for Bakuman. Yeah, it's really good. There's an ad for like their later series, or well, for the artist's later series. This is the newer printing, so it has like My Hero Academia, School Judgment, stuff like that. But yeah, just personal favorite. I'm trying to find like a good example of like one of the more intense matches. Like, you spend actually not that much time in matches in this. There definitely are matches that you're watching through, and they're gripping. Like, you're on the edge of your seat through the best ones. But like most of your time is like character. I don't know if my friends have. I haven't really asked them where they buy stuff from. I'm not too sure. Ugh. We'll just. And yeah, just like his art just keeps improving. Like you can already see like there's a lot more things he would later become known for starting to come out. But yeah, it's a very strong series, strong writing with a strong artist. Both of them rapidly improving as they go through. If that sounds like something you'd like, this series is a big recommend. It's to me like this to me is like one of the big classics. Like I love Hikaru no Go. This is very much like a childhood classic of mine that I appreciate more and more as time goes on. It is a very talky series. Like most of the interactions with it are through like dialogue and stuff, which makes sense because, you know, like I said, this is grounded in reality of people playing a board game. He didn't write Death Note. He just did the art. The author of Death Note is someone else. It's just the artist. Yeah, and like he's slowly improving. You can see like a bit of like his style coming through. Like he's getting more refined in that like very realistic, elegant look that he later goes into. Like, oh, that's a really strong, like you can that definitely you can see like how he drew the hair there. He's finding it. And then like I'll just skip through some covers. There's that. And then there's, I love Psy. Psy's so good. This is volume 19. Okay, we'll do volume 19 when we get to volume 19. That way it's not in worst order. Oh, that's some pretty art. Yeah, and then like here's another, just a few books later. It's just really good. Did I buy the whole series? Yeah, I have the whole thing. I have this is all of it. I love these covers, by the way. I love the black background with the white ghost stone. Like, I love that. There's a couple times they break away from it, but for the most part, like, they stay consistent. I hate the font they chose for the spine, though. A lot of early Jump manga, like the early ones, before they were, like, as far as they are now, they had, like, a set, like, 5 fonts they would use, and they would, like, do, like, custom little things to it. I hate this font. I don't like it at all. The least they could do is, like, make it black and white instead of black and red. Or white and red. I don't know why it's... But this is still a fantastic read. Like, that's the final volume. We'll go 20, 21, 22, and then 23. It's 23 long. And yeah, you can see, like, by the end, like, this is just, like, this is the art style that he would later become known for. And it's so good. Like, I definitely think, like, this series is at least worth checking out. Yeah, and then, like, he even talks about, like, storyboarding, and, or, like, Yumi Hotta talks about storyboarding, because she did the storyboarding, and then, Obata did. I get Oba and Obata's names mixed up, because they're very similar, and they work together a lot. Would talk about, like, his design, they would, like, have drawings, and then Yumi Hotta would talk about what she thought of the designs. And stuff like that. It's really good. The ending's not my favorite, but I think the whole ride of it is not ruined by the ending. Did you? Did you, Spooky? 1 second, we can go back. I don't know where you did, though. Platinum End? I have it. I've heard it's beautiful, but not well written. That's what I've heard about Platinum End, but I have not checked it out at all myself yet. I know those covers are absolutely phenomenal, though. Because, like, because like I was saying, just, like, this is him finding his footing with his art style. This is not him stopping his improvement. I don't know who you're talking about, Spooky. There's a lot of characters in this. The ending of this isn't my favorite. But yeah, it's cool. Like, here's a good example of just, like, I mean, you probably did. There's a lot of characters in this of, like, a wide age range, because Professional Go is all ages. Like, here's, like, early Hikaru, and then he grows up as it goes on. It's such a good series. It's just so good. Yeah, lots of characters. My bet it's just going to be covered by books by the end of this. Oh, no. Oh, no, some of them fell. Oh, well, there goes keeping them in order. Okay, we promised Spooky we'd move on to a specific shelf. So we will. And we'll start with where Spooky wants us to. This is one of the smaller shelves. And we're actually starting with one of Spooky's series that she introduced to me through the anime. This is my to-read shelf, so this is not stuff I've read yet. This is what I'm currently going to be working on, though. I have one more volume of what I'm currently reading to finish that I want to finish before I jump into the things I have on this shelf. So I haven't started this yet, but I watched all of the anime. And this is After the Rain by Jun Miyazuki. I really like her art. It's very, like, old school shoujo, very, like, clearly Clamp inspired. Yeah, there he is for you, Spooky. I love the quality of these. Like, the vertical comics printing of manga, like, these are very comfortable to hold. But I love her art, like, a lot. Like, this is a beautiful... I would love to have this as, like, a print or something on my wall. But Oh, that's really cute. I like the chapters, the title thing. Um, it is. A lot of people are afraid of the series because of the premise, but it's more to it than. There's more to it than just what it is. Like, this is very much a series that wants you to think about things and not just take them at face value. But she was a runner in high school is what it is, and she injured herself, so she took up a part-time job, and she ends up developing feelings like her first crush on her manager. So it's very much like exploring the idea of where her, like, where those emotions come from, and the fact that, like, it's not something that he approves of. It's not something that anyone approves of, and he's not pursuing a relationship with her. He's not, but it's very much like he also doesn't want to, like, break her heart, because he knows that her first love is very important, and it shouldn't be something that he just stomps on. Like, so he's just a nice guy, and he's trying not to hurt her, but also trying to keep that balance between them, and trying to explain to her, like, this isn't something that we should pursue. So it's a very sensitive subject, but I think it's handled very well. It's definitely, like, a weird subject for a lot of people, but handled super well, and it's handled sensitively. And yeah, it's not about, like, the relationship. It's not like a romance in the idea of, like, them getting together. It's very much a romance in the idea of, like, exploring what that means. Yeah, it's two people who've lost their passions for different reasons and need each other equally. Yeah, like, their relationship is not a romantic relationship. It's them trying to keep away from a romantic relationship, but they are healthy for each other in their lives. It's hard to explain because it's walking a balance. And it walks it extremely well for exploring what it is. It's really good. I'm excited to be reading it because I love the anime. And there's more of characters who I really liked in the manga that I didn't really get to see much time with. And I'm super excited to get more. There she is. I want to read more of her because I love her design, and what I saw of her was very fun. Her coworkers are very fun characters. They make me laugh a lot. But yeah, I super adore her art. Like, her art is very beautiful. Oh, that's a page we should get past. This guy, like, yeah. I'm excited. I'm excited to be reading this. This is very intense music for what we're looking at, which is pretty much like a laid back series. Like, yeah, there's some pretty art. It walks that line of, like, shoujo inspired art that doesn't go so far to being, like, overly sparkly and glitzy. Because this is a josei series. Which I want to get more josei on my shelf because, like, I really enjoy, like, the emotional depth that, like, a lot of josei manga are trying to look for. Anytime I've picked up a josei, I've been like, this is really interesting. I adore these covers. These covers and these spines just look fantastic. Yes, that is something that is important to me. It's seinen? I thought this was a josei. Huh. Well, I want to get more josei on my shelf anyways. This feels very josei. It's good. It's good. That's what it is it's good. I love him. I want to see more of him. He's one of my favorite characters. He's funny. I can't remember his name off the top of my head because it's been a minute, but he's funny. Yeah, like like, despite it being, like, a very, like, introspective series, and a very emotionally introspective series, it has its room for comedy. Like, it knows to let everything breathe. So, like, there's funny moments and stuff like that. But yeah, I'm excited. This is definitely really high on my to-read list. Like I said, I love this art, though. Like, this art, it's so good. Soon to be anime. It is anime now. Good anime. I liked it a lot. The OP is very pretty. But yeah. That is 100% like a series I'm excited to read. And it's like a really comfortable size, despite being honest. One of the problems I have with a lot of omnibuses is they're so big that they become kind of uncomfortable and unwieldy to hold. Like, a good book needs to feel comfortable in the hands. This to me is just on that line of becoming too big, but it doesn't cross it. I do have slightly larger hands though, so I do see people with like smaller hands having problems with this, with the size of these, but for me these are like the perfect size. But yeah, I like a lot of this art. Kondo's a very interesting character. I really like him. Yeah. Do I have volume 4? Yeah, I have all of them. I have all 5. Are you looking for this one? Is that what you're looking for? It flipped right to it. Look! Look at Yui. I don't give a crap about Kondo. Look at Yui. No, but I'm very excited to read this. I'm really excited to read this. This is my 2-read shelf. But that's all 5 volumes of After the Rain. 4 and 5? Well, I mean, we're done flipping through now. So, we're good. Yeah, I was trying to, like, go through 4 and 5 very fast because I'm like, I don't want to spoil too much for me later as well. On top of, like, I don't know what's in them. Alright. Next thing on my 2-read shelf. Urusei Yatsura. This is not a new series for me. This is not my first time being here. I love Urusei Yatsura so much. Oh, are you leaving now, Spooky? Is that it? Is that all you needed? You don't care about anything else? Gee, thanks. You're just here for Kondo and then you leave. I see how it is. You have Kondo at home. This is Urusei Yatsura. This is an old manga, but Viz Media have been doing like recent releases of it, and it makes me very happy. This is by Rumiko Takahashi, the queen of manga herself. This is from the 80s. This is her breakout hit. This is from the 80s. It created what we think of now as the modern romantic comedy anime. Like, this is where it comes from. Kind of. It was inspired by Archie comics, but this is where the anime stuff comes from. You've probably seen her before. Like, she is iconic. She's the original anime dream girl. Rumiko Takahashi. Is this required read? I mean, like, I don't believe in the idea of required reads at all. I think if you really like her comedy and her, like, love triangle writing, mainly comedy, then I think this is definitely worth it. I absolutely adore the series, but like if you're wanting like the storytelling, like dramatic storytelling and the action of Inuyasha, you're not going to get it here. This is before she ever touched an action series. This is purely just a romantic comedy of like one guy and 2 girls with a love. It's a love triangle romantic comedy. But this is the creator of Inuyasha, Ranma Half, which Ranma Half was my introduction to her work. Lots of things. She's released so many massive series. She's still going. Like, that's the crazy thing, is she just started releasing a newer series called Mao, which I have not checked out yet. But this is my favorite of her works and the earliest one. She's an alien, and she winds up falling in love with... Okay, so... God, what's happening in this? Fucking... Her and her alien race are going to destroy the Earth if a human does not beat them in, like, a traditional game, where they have to grab her horns. But she can, like, fly and stuff like that. And that's where the main guy comes in, who he's kind of like what you would expect. He's like your pervo and like all that stuff, but it's very lighthearted. He's not that bad. He's got a girlfriend and stuff like that, but he winds up like accidentally proposing to her because of like the references, not the references, the culture of her home planet. So he didn't know because they do different, because she's an alien. That's handled differently. So it winds up becoming like a love triangle between him and then like the two other girls, one of which is an alien. This is overflowing with like references to Japanese like mythology and stuff like that. Like she heavily leans on that in the series. But these Viz signature editions have like extensive notes, like explaining stuff, which is very useful. But even then, it's like a lot of slapstick and character writing still. Her design is so good. I love Lum so much. It's very funny, like a lot of tropes that you would come to know nowadays, like she's bad at cooking and stuff like that, but everyone eats her cooking despite that, just to be nice because she's so nice and pure. Like references like that are very much like they all come from here, so it's, you know what to expect, but also seeing the origins of it is a very different experience than seeing the same tropes a million times, because they're all used so well and so like lovingly here rather than them being a trope. Everything's used earnestly. Yeah, I love it. It's like it's very much like a series that's gonna be made or broken by like how charming you find these characters, and I think that's its biggest strength. Is I find these characters extremely charming. I love pretty much all of them, and there's the cast that like this takes place around grows and becomes bigger and bigger as time goes on. It's so good. Like that's basically just it. It's just really good. Lovable characters and comedic scenarios. Sometimes going into space. Some really good artwork. That's one of the things that I really love about Rumiko Takahashi is she has like, I love this cover. These have some of my favorite covers. I love the facial expressions. I love how she draws faces. They're very pretty when they need to be, but like I think she really shines in showing like expressions, like just very fun faces and expressions. Like these are really good. I like that face a lot. Like, can we get closer to that? Yeah, like she just draws really good faces. That kind of stuff. Like they're very fun. But her artwork is also really pretty. Like her character designs are simple but fun and creative. Some of the scenarios that come up as the series goes on get really creative and fun. Like getting like all the stuff with films. Definitely, if this seems like the kind of thing you would like, it's very funny, it's very charming. I would just say, like, you will encounter tropes. This is where they come from. But they're used well. And they're super charming. Characters are lovable. It's very funny. All I have is right now is the first 3 omnibuses they have out. But I'm going to be getting these as they come out. I'm going to keep getting them as I read them. Yeah, tropes aren't bad by default. I like reading series where tropes come from because you can see them in context and why they became tropes because, you know. I do have one other manga on the shelf, but it's only 1 volume. So I'm going to keep that set aside till we get to that one on where it is on my main shelf. I'm going to take a drink. But yeah, exactly. You guys get it. All right, let's figure out what we're doing next. We've done shelf 12 and shelf 3. Number 6, so that would be shelf 7, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're gonna chase Spooky off. Be right back. I'm gonna try to pick them up in order, but I tried to pick up too many at once, and then they all fell down. So now they're all scrambled in a different order. Oops. Of course you know what's coming. It takes up 2 whole shelves. The good news is this is all gonna be one series, so we can go through it quickly. I just need to make sure volume 1 is like ready to go right from the start. So many. There's so many. Oh, there's so many. TRM. You sure know what's coming too, can't you? It's not the only one. I have 2 series on my shelf that take up 2 shelves, and one that's like 1 1/4. But you are right. It's One Piece. I'm not caught up on One Piece. Just a heads up, I am far from caught up. I am on like volume 40 something. We won't be here forever, Suki. Yeah, that's true. The other one that takes up 2 shelves is JoJo. But also jokes on you not leaving. We'll see. There's a lot of One Piece to go through. This is only one of the One Piece shelves. So, if you are here, you probably know what this is. Whether or not you've read it, I don't know. I don't think people are getting into One Piece as much as they used to. I think it's just people who are already into it sticking with it at this point. I don't know how to start talking about this series because A, it's been talked about so much and it's so well known what it is, but also B, I think it kind of deserves the respect to do that. To be fair, the JoJo box was heavy because they're all hardcover. There he is. There's the author. There he is. That's him. There's Eiichiro Oda, the man himself. If you don't read these parts in One Piece, like the author's comments, you should read these. You should read they're really funny. Yeah, Oda's really good at long form storytelling. This is the best-selling manga of all time, and it's the best-selling graphic novel by any single author. It is getting close or has past sales of Batman and Superman. This series is gargantuan and massively popular. It tells the story of Pirate Boy Luffy, who's not very smart, and his dream is to become king of the pirates and obtain the One Piece, the legendary treasure left behind by the previous pirate king. Eat my One Piece collection? Why? I don't think it would taste that good. And the execution of the old pirate king leads the world into a golden age of piracy, which is where this takes place. The first part of One Piece, I actually really like. A lot of people say skip the early parts of One Piece. I think if you don't like the early parts of One Piece, you're probably not gonna like the later series, because like while the later series is like a million times better, this is still the foundation. This is still core. This is One Piece at its heart, is the early stuff. Like, I still think it holds that. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's not as good as the later stuff, but this is the heart and soul of One Piece. Like, it's the heart and soul of what is later built upon is still in the early stuff. Yeah, exactly. Also, like, it's gonna be referenced later, and then you're not gonna know what they're talking about. But, like, less of that and a lot more of, like, I think if you don't like this early stuff, you're just not gonna like the later stuff either, even though it's better. But yeah, all of the early parts, like, the first, like, huge chunk of volumes is not even the story beginning. It's Luffy finding his crew and establishing like your foundation crew members of the team. Like this One Piece is very much about like the camaraderie that the characters bring together and like the friendships and bonds they make that is formed with the crew. Like standing under the banner of a flag is like a huge deal in One Piece, especially in the part that I'm on. And all the characters bounce off of each other really well. Oda puts a lot of work. He puts so much work into like making sure his characters all bounce off each other in both different but very strong ways. Like every character is well thought out, not just in terms of like backstory and lore and what they're gonna do, but in terms of like how they're going to interact with every other character. Like Oda makes sure that he knows how everyone is going to be. Everyone is so extremely distinct. And the reason why that becomes like a big deal is like this series is going to have, like, as time goes on, more and more and more and more characters. One Piece has become one of my favorite adventure manga just because all the characters have always been like at least somewhat really good and entertaining. Even some of the weaker characters are still better than like a lot of characters and locations of like other adventure manga. And one of the advantages of it is due to the nature of like the Grand Line where the main story takes place and all that stuff, like he can change up what he's doing. He can make every place a distinct vibe and feel and kind of story. And because of the world he's crafted and like how much effort he's put into crafting this world, it can be extremely different, but it can all make sense. And it all feels correct for this stuff. All the characters in One Piece, I think one of the biggest problems that a lot of people would have getting into the early stuff is all the characters are very simple. I don't think a lot more the characters are made to work together in groups of more than one person interacting at a time. Like this is not a series about individuals. This is a series of like groups of people. It's not just like Luffy, it's the Straw Hat Pirates. I think the characters by themselves are really fun and they're likable. Everyone has their favorite. But if it was a story about individuals, I don't think it would work as well as it is whenever they're all interacting. Like even whenever characters get the spotlight, it is how they're playing off of a villain or other characters around them or the world around them that's putting them into it. That's really where the strength of One Piece comes in. I'm still looking at Volume 1. Yeah, a lot of people don't like the art style. I love it. I don't think it's pretty. Like, One Piece characters look goofy and ugly as hell. I really like that, though. He's more concerned with making his characters look correct for what they are, and iconic and strong designs a lot more than making them look good. I think that's something that's important to clarify with it. Like, he doesn't put as much effort into making his characters look nice as much as he does making them look how they should and be strongly designed. Yeah, the art style's super cartoony. Because, like, Oda can do, like, super realistic, super detailed, beautiful art. He's done it before. He just doesn't do it for One Piece. Because that's not what One Piece is really about. Yeah, I recommend going with the manga over the anime. The pacing of the anime is painful. The manga's paced really well. It's just there's a lot. The anime is paced horribly, and there's a lot. And there's even more. I think if you've been keeping up with the anime, it's a lot better, but like when you're not... Yeah, like he's got like his strengths and stuff. I just think it's like when it comes to his character designs, like he's not afraid to make people ugly. He just wants to make them designed either to be really fun or like strongly designed. But yeah, like I love that in the early parts of the story, the East Blue arc, where it's nothing but Luffy gaining his crew, finding his crew members. Every single crew member gets an entire arc to them, to like establishing their motivation, establishing their bond with Luffy, and joining the crew. They don't just show up in a town and then be like, hey, I'm gonna hire you to join us. And he's like, all right, I'm part of the team now. No. Luffy has to earn their trust, and they have to prove themselves to want to be one of them. Like, they build a bond before they're on the ship, and it's very slow build up to actually starting the story, but it's very much worth it because, like I said, the series is about the adventure that these characters have together and their believable bonds. Yeah, getting the team together, like, it takes a long time. Like, I think this is like us getting the 3rd or 4th member of the crew, Volume 4. Like, and even then, one of the early members, they don't get their arc right away, but it makes sense why. One second, I got people knocking at my door. Okay, that didn't take long. I'm back. One Piece is very RPG-like. It would make sense as like a long-form JRPG series, honestly. Also something came in the mail for me. That's what it was. I got a new desk mat. Just because my current one I'm using is kind of getting worn out. So when we can, it's just a pink leather one. It's actually reversible, so the other side is like a cream color. Once we have all these books off of here, I'll put that on. Move that wrapping paper over to the side. Because this here isn't a proper desk mat. This is a card mat for like trading card games, but it's like one of the cheap ones. Underneath it, I have a really nice one. It just doesn't match my stuff. I did the art for the one underneath. But like, I also really like Oda just kind of drawing the characters however he wants. Like, I love seeing this stuff. But yeah, like, also the covers of One Piece. The reason why I chose to go with the box sets, even though they can be hard to find, and getting the single issues of One Piece over getting like the 3-in-1s, which I think are like the more space efficient as well as price efficient way of getting all of One Piece, at least physically, is that they don't do all of the covers. I love the One Piece covers. I think they're very fun. One of my favorite things about picking up the next volume of One Piece is seeing what's on the cover. Yeah. This is one of my favorite arcs, right? Well, not arcs. This is one of my favorite like locations in One Piece is Little Garden. It's not like the most popular part because like not a ton happens here, at least not immediately. It becomes important later, but I just love this like island that's like stuck in the past. So it's got like dinosaurs and stuff, and for some reason everyone's huge and there's two giants just duking it out over 100 years. Giant dolphin, like, yeah, I love this part. If you like adventure manga, like, One Piece is a really strong adventure just because everywhere you go is a location. I am currently in the Enies lobby. There's some Skypiea stuff. I'm currently in Enies lobby, which I'm loving. I've been taking a break from One Piece just because it's a lot and I have to take breaks every now and then. So I've been taking a break to read other stuff. Blackbeard keeps on showing up. He hasn't done anything yet, but I know that's Blackbeard. I'm loving Enies lobby. I don't love it as much as I like other arcs. I just don't. The action of One Piece is not my favorite part. I a lot more like the character writing and interactions. So I liked a lot of the Water 7 stuff of like the characters just, you know, interacting a lot more than like the fights. The fights are very chaotic and there's a lot going on. I'm just not as big of an action person, and Enies lobby is very exhausting. It's a lot of fighting, which makes sense. It's a prison break. but it's really strong. This is one of my favorite covers. I should probably not show that face. This is one of my favorite covers. This is the volume where I believe this is the volume where we learn Chopper's backstory. Yeah, oh god, Chopper. Oh, the boy. I can't be looking at that. I tear up thinking about Chopper's backstory. Holy shit, fucking, yeah, the poor baby. Oh, fuck. I absolutely adore Chopper's introduction to the party. It is one of the most heartfelt fucking things. The villain, and it's this guy, and meanwhile I'm like tearing up over a reindeer. Tony Chopper, fantastic. It's probably my favorite introduction of a member to the party that I've seen yet so far. Yeah, defending Chopper lives. Yeah, he's a good reindeer. He deserves like. I love any time that Oda decides to just show that he sometimes has an interest in fashion and just draws the Straw Hats in like just cool clothes. I love it. Those characters can surprisingly, like, Oda surprisingly has a good fashion sense despite like all of his characters in his manga looking goofy. Like, he shows that he actually does know like cool clothes as well. He knows how to make people look cool. He just chooses not to for One Piece because he likes the goofiness. I love Mr. 3 and Miss Golden Week. They're funny. Like, this is one of my favorite fights is Mr. 3, Mr. God, what the fuck is what's the number of the guy with the explosive boogers? Is he Mr. 4, Mr. 5? I think he's Mr. 5. It's a very funny fight. Karu is great. I love Karu. She's great. I love Miss Golden Week. I love how like normal she is. Yeah, Mr. 5. They're all numbers, man. I forget. There's a lot of characters for me to remember. More of the pirates, not the pirates, more of the giants. Yeah, Bomb Guy. He's got explosive boogers. Here's one of the Skypiea covers. I like Skypiea. Skypiea is really strong. It's just a bit long, but Skypiea is really strong. I actually think Skypiea is underrated. It's just a bit long. It's very much not about the Straw Hat crew, which is why I think a lot of people don't like it as much. They're just kind of there, which makes sense. I mean, I get it. It's a very political story. It's also not really about the Straw Hats. The Straw Hats aren't really an important card in what's going on as much as they are just kind of like helping. Until the ending, anyways. Oh, here's something cool. Where's volume 22? This is a really good cover too in Water 7. This boat, I love. The Going Merry, the Merry Go, whatever you want to call it. Oh my god. I love the Going Merry. That fucking boat, man, that fucking boat. Here's just a fun, like, people call it a filler arc. The stuff with the Foxy Pirates is like a microcosm of the events that happen in Water 7, so I think it's very important because, like, God, like the Foxy Pirates is just like a one-off, like not a one-off, it's like a two-off gag mini arc. But if you read it and then you read Water 7 after, you realize why it's there. It is a microcosm of all of the themes and like stuff that Water 7 is going to be about, the arc that occurs right after. And he did the same thing with Skypiea, where you have interactions right before it and you have a mini arc right before it that's going to directly be like establishing and showing a microcosm of the themes that Skypiea had as well. And it's one of my favorite parts is in the Skypiea arc where they're in the bar and the guys are just treating Luffy and them like shit, and Luffy shows restraint rather than beating the shit out of the guys. He's like, starting a fight here would cause more problems than solve. We need to show restraint, and there's times for fighting and there's time not to. And that becomes very important in Skypiea. Yeah, like he's really good at setup. So even like the small gag inconsequential arcs do serve a big purpose in the grander, like what's coming up. Volume 34. These villains are not the most interesting, but they're really cool in design. But that's because they're not really what it's about. Yeah, just some cool stuff, some Sniper King going on. We're approaching where I'm at. Freaky Bear Mask. I love the Freaky Bear Mask. He was really cool. I actually really enjoyed him and the Door Fruit. The Door Fruit is probably one of my favorite fruits so far. I really like unconventional powers that are like really specific, and it's like, how do you use that? And they're like, oh, that's how you use that. This is a really good cover. It's just a really nice looking scene of them in Water 7. You got the sea train in the background. That's upside down. This pile of books is getting very tall. Yeah, here's one with like Sniper King on it and stuff. I love Sniper King. This fucking guy is the creepiest thing in One Piece. The ramen guy who's like fights with ramen style stuff. I don't like him. He's very upsetting. I don't know where the other half of this cover went. It's somewhere. I think we passed it. Where's volume 22? There it is. It was all the way over here. Like I said, I dropped everything and it's, yeah, Wanzi is cursed. These two covers go together. So like on one hand you have the Baroque Works, who are the villains, and then you have the Straw Hat Pirates, because this is like their face off. Baroque Works, by the way, Alabasta, so good. I love the Alabasta arc. I think Alabasta as like a main arc is my favorite. Drum Island with like Chopper in them is like my favorite part of Alabasta, but I think I consider Alabasta like all the way at the beginning of like meeting Princess Vivi all the way to the end of Alabasta. Like I consider all that Alabasta, and I consider like the Chopper stuff to be inside of that. Alabasta is so far my favorite. I like Alabasta more than Skypiea, and so far more than Water 7, even though I still love Water 7 and Skypiea a lot. Sanji's moment to shine in like the later parts of Baroque Works, where he saves the whole crew, man, that is set up so well, and I'm like, hell yeah, Sanji. Hell yeah, Sanji. And that's something I want to like definitely say like I love about One Piece. My favorite character is constantly changing. Yeah, there's different tiers. Like there's the big arcs, which are made up of every like sub island along the way. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go grab more One Piece. This is where I'm at, by the way. I'm at volume 44. I'm in the middle of this. It's in the middle of Ines Lobby stuff. And then that's where I'm going next. I'm gonna keep this set aside, that way I don't lose track of my place. So I'm really just gonna only be able to like flip through the covers of these, because a lot of this part is stuff I haven't gotten to yet. Just because like my One Piece collection, I've been getting them through the box sets. So I have the first 3 box sets, which are all the ones that are currently released. So I have quite a bit farther than what I've read. And then there's the handful of books that are on that shelf that are not One Piece. Yeah, I was about to say, like, I don't think it'll be that big of a deal. I'm not too crazy about One Piece spoilers. There's a few, like, if it's anything, like, absolutely crazy, I don't want to hear it, but, like, One Piece is about the adventure, not the moments for me. It's how it's all the things that happen coming together a lot more than individual stuff. I'm out of breath. Yeah, spoiler, Luffy's still in it. Luffy's still on the cover. I've still read this part. This is during the Water 7 stuff. Water's like, fucking hell. Oda doesn't know how dinosaurs work. That's fine. I don't think Oda knows how a lot of things work. My biggest problem with Enies Lobby is it's just one giant battle, which makes sense for what it is, and a lot of people love it for that reason, and I get that. Like, I just personally I get exhausted by action really quickly. So that's kind of my thing with it, is I get exhausted by action really quickly. In Enies Lobby, I'm taking a break from it because I'm exhausted. It's so much fighting in Enies Lobby. Oh, this volume. Oh, this volume's Robin. Oh, this is the volume of Robin's backstory. Oh, God. This poor child. Oh, that messed me up. Robin's backstory also messed me up. Not as hard as Chopper's. But yeah, Robin's messed me up. Everyone's backstory messes me up, but like, I really like Robin's. I love these designs. I love the elephant. I thought the elephant was really fun. This guy's really goofy. He's weird. I think definitely these villains are a lot stronger in Enies Lobby than they were in Water 7. Yeah, One Piece only has sad backstories. Except for like, no, I don't even know yet, because there's still stuff coming up that I haven't read yet, so I don't even know if that's true. Oh god, fucking, yeah. Yeah, there's some stuff going on there. Alright, so now we're at the point that's farther than what I am. I don't know who this man is. I'm so excited to meet him, because I love him. I do not know anything about him. I have not seen him. I mean, I've only seen him. I love him. He's just a big skeleton man, and I love that. Also, there's a good Chopper. I love Chopper. Oh, that's actually pretty brilliant if they got like a good... I'm so excited for Thriller Bark. Everything that I've seen of like artwork from Thriller Bark, I'm like, I adore these designs. Like, look at her. I don't know who she is. She looks fucking dope though. Thriller Bark is goth time? Yeah, I like goth time. I'm excited for goth time. Danny? There's kind of a Danny vibe going for that. That is just him when he dies, isn't it? Also, hi, Android 20th. We're going through all the parts of One Piece that I haven't read yet, so I guess no spoilers. I'm just looking at the covers because I'm not here yet. I'm towards the end of Enies Lobby. I don't know what's going on there. This is just me being like, I don't know what's happening. Luffy's apparently a Frankenstein. This is just this is just like Halloween time. This is Halloween time is what's happening here. He's the Hulk. I don't know what's going on there. Vivi's the bride. Yeah, I'm enjoying it a lot. I really like One Piece. I occasionally need to take breaks from it. And I'm not really in a rush to catch up with people. I don't really care about being current. The Frankenstein's mother. Just so you know, if Spooky says anything, don't listen to her. She hates One Piece, so she doesn't know anything about it. And that's why I keep telling Spooky about... One Piece, because I'm like, Spooky's my friend who likes anime. Spooky doesn't like One Piece. I'm gonna tell Spooky about One Piece. I don't know what's going on there. That looks like a character from, like, freaking Ultimate Muscle or something. Very obvious things in spoiler tagging it. I mean, that's fair. I don't... that's Mr. 3 and Buggy. I know Mr. 3 and Buggy. Oh, that's Mr. 2 Bon Clay. Sweet. I'm glad to know that I'll see them again. I love them. Yeah, spoiler, One Piece is long. I want to get the next box set when it comes out too, so I should probably catch up at some point. I don't even know what's going on here. I love this cover. I don't know what I'm looking at. This is very trippy. Oh man. Look at that. It's just a good thing of a bunch of pirates. Yeah, none of these people mean anything to me other than Luffy and like Zolo, Zordo, whatever you call him. I love the One Piece covers. That's one of the reasons why I don't get the 3-in-1s and I get the singles instead. Is the 3-in-1s kind of don't show the covers; they just show like a close up of wherever Luffy is on it. And I absolutely. The one with snakes. Oh, that's cool. I'm glad it's a fun cover. It definitely radiates the fun energy he seems to like. I know that guy. I like his design. I've seen him like once or twice so far in the manga. I really like his design. The interesting thing is, I don't know what the farthest point in One Piece I've been is, because I myself used to read it in Weekly Shonen Jump, and there was a point where I got back into Weekly Shonen Jump back when they released it physically. I don't know what's going on here. I like that guy's design though. This cover's cool. So there's a point somewhere in One Piece that I have read where some big shit goes down. I don't know where it is. I don't know where it is. I've read something really far in the future. I don't know where though. I thought I was gonna pass it in Water 7. It wasn't Water 7. This is a really good cover. I love this cover. This is very similar to the first cover, actually. I'm not digging up the first cover. Holy crap. Holy crap, there's a lot going on here. There is so much going on here. This is a fun cover. Look at this Chopper. I love Chopper. There's the boy. Okay, it is a redo of the very first cover. Okay, I was just kind of like, I think it is. Booba. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what any of this means. This is a cool cover. That's a pretty cool cover. Yeah, no, I agree. I kind of miss when he looked a little mangy. I still love Chopper, even if they make him cuter, but like I like to have a little bit of mange on my Chopper. Because that's the kind of the thing that like I like about Oda's like art, at least like for where I'm at. He just makes so many people, he's just like, he doesn't care if people are ugly. He just makes them look what feels right. Anyways, there's all my One Piece. That's the first 3 box sets. Which is why I have so many that I haven't read yet, is because I just got the box sets. I'm gonna have to put this all on the shelf when I'm done with this stream. Oh my god, there's so much manga. I don't want to go dig them up, but there's also like some bonus manga in the box sets, like one's like a Dragon Ball Z crossover and stuff. One's like his original one-shot for it and all that stuff, like Wanted. So that's pretty cool. It looks like a lot of pieces to me. It's true. Very true. Anyways, that's it for One Piece. There was still a few more books on that shelf, though, so we're not done. Ooh, this is a banger. This is the Final Fantasy Pixel Remaster OST, by the way. Pokemon Adventures Heart Gold and Soul Silver Volume 1. I only own Volume 1. I've had this since like middle school. Like you can tell because it has like the Viz Kids logo and stuff. Like this is an old book that I just have always had since like middle school for some reason. I don't remember what happens in it. I've not reread this in a long time. I like the art though. Her design's cute. I really like her design. Very fun. I don't really have anything to say about it. It's Pokemon. The Pokemon manga is really good though. If you like Pokemon, the mangas are worth reading, the Pokemon Adventures manga. I took out some of my books. I try to. This one's got some yellowing and stuff, but I try my best to take good care of my books. I say that. I'm piling them on my bed and my floor right now, but I don't know. I care about them a lot. I do care about them a lot. So here's something I got recently. This is pretty new. I have more to say about this. We got a couple art books coming up. This is the Kirby Art and Style Collection. This came up recently for the Kirby anniversary. The dust jacket's got a bit of wear and tear. This was the display copy from Barnes & Noble, so I love this cover. It's so minimalist, but like it has so much like energy to it. Like this is Kirby. This is some Corbo right here. But yeah, this is, I believe, the most recent art book. Yeah, this is the most recent art book for Corbo. I'm gonna take the dust jacket off just because it's kind of slippery. I'll put it back on when I put it back on the shelf, though. Yeah, Corb. Spooky loves the Corb. Look at this. This is the actual cover and stuff. It's yellow and it has like all of this stuff on it. It has like the dates next to like what iteration it is. So like 2005 for the Canvas Curse, 1993 down here. All this good stuff. 2010, 1992. This is such, I love this. My hair is on my arm and it's tickling me. Yeah, it's the boy. I love a good Corbo. Kirby Art and Style Collection. It's just a good art book of just like a ton of Kirby. For like 25th anniversary stuff. I love it so much. It's another glossy book, so pardon the glare. Oh no, yeah, don't dog ear volumes. I have when it comes to like some of my older manga that we're gonna come up to later, they are library copies, so they're not in the best condition, but what, Kirby from the Kirby series? Oh, yeah, this is a lot of Kirby. Like there's the Kirby Cafe, some promotional art from that. I don't know if I don't think there's any particular order for why they do what order they chose these in. I think it's just showcasing just Kirby art that they've done for different things. Like Kirby ice cream lottery. It's a lottery thing for the Kirby ice cream thing they did once. Poo 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 Picnic. I don't know what that is, but it's cool. The 20th anniversary poster. 20th anniversary commemorative arts. Like all this stuff, artwork for Kirby Battle Royale. I'll flip through this a little bit faster. Like we got a bunch of the cover arts just with clean art without the title and stuff, like there's Planet Robobot. I want to play Planet Robobot. I have not. I've mostly played like older Kirby games. Kirby Triple Deluxe, still need to play that. Oh, here's some good stuff. Kirby Right Back At Ya. I love that anime. Yeah, game art gallery. So here's some cool stuff. That was all promotional stuff. This is all like game art. So here's like some original stuff for Kirby's Dream Land. Like that old like chubby face Kirby. I love this old like King Dedede design. The Waddle Doos and Waddle Dees. Nena or Popo, whichever one that is. There's some pixel art over here. I love some good pixel art. The NES Kirby game has some of the best pixel art on that whole console. And just ever. Like, NES Kirby is so good looking. That game is beautiful and has aged phenomenally. It's the best aging game on the NES. Just like some power-up art for Superstar. We'll flip through it a little bit faster. We'll just skip a chunk there. Just some merchandise art. Some Canvas Curse stuff. Just that way I don't spoil the whole book, you know? Squeak Squad. This is the best Kirby game. This is my favorite Kirby game. I love it so much. On the Nintendo DS, it's so good. It gave us like these Phantom Thief inspired mice as the villains. Oh yeah, I love the theme song for Right Back At Ya. 4Kids really knocked it out of the park. It's way better than the Japanese song. Kirby Opening Treasure Chests. It's very much like a treasure themed Kirby game. Like there's Ghost Kirby, that's a new Kirby form in this game. Some artwork for like Bubble Kirby. I love Bubble Kirby. Animal Kirby is adorable. Yeah, like, oh, here's the boys. This is what I was wanting to share. I love these villain designs. Like, you got the Phantom Thief mice motif going on, and they're in every level. They'll be like, one of them will be guarding like one of the like the big treasure. Yeah, Animal Kirby should always be brought back. I love Animal Kirby. This game is definitely a bit harder. This is one of the harder games, 100%, just because like this game is definitely a lot about like getting all the things. Oh, I love Epic Yarn. Epic Yarn designs make me so happy. Epic Yarn, as in general, makes me happy. Mass Attack, where it's just like a bunch of Kirbys. Look at this good stuff. They're beating up the gorilla man. Whatever his name was. Return to Dreamland. It's just some good Kirby. I just realized that we're barely even in the book. Like, oh, I love these. I love this art. Like Kirby, this if you like Kirby art, like here's all the logos. Like this is a really good art book. Merchandise art gallery. This is stuff I love. I love me some merch art. Like Kirby Cafe stuff. I love Meta Knight with his little hat. Yeah, mostly concept. Yeah, it's not really a concept art book. This is a lot more of like art that they've put out of a book, but it's still really good. I love the Kirby Cafe art. It's some of my favorite art they've done for Kirby. It's so like relaxing. Oh no, Waddle Dee. Yeah. Oh, I love this stuff. The Poo 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 Train. Kirby Poo 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 Train. Look at that. I love it so much. I love Kirby. Kirby's my favorite Nintendo property. Just more train stuff. There's like the train signs that they had for while they were doing that. The Kirby Marching Band. Gourmet Tour. Poo 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 Sweet Shop. Bon Voyage. I love this stuff. Also, it's leaning very heavily into one of my hands and not the other. Jigsaw puzzles. So these are some puzzles they've released over the years. Like Kirby stuff. Ooh! Pixel art gallery. I love this stuff. Look! Rough sketches for toys. There's the little one that sits on your glass. A little plush. Sleeping friend. Oh, cool. It has like the concept designs for like how you would make on what the plush toy should be. Yeah, flat form, rounded form, sharper toe, rounded toe. Oh, that's so cool. I didn't know. Oh, that's so good. I haven't flipped through this whole book yet, just because like it's a big book and it takes time. Did material illustrations, extra contents just at the end. Bunch of sketches and stuff. Just stuff they didn't really know where else to put. Yeah, that's the Kirby Art and Style collection. If you love Kirby, just a bunch of good Kirby. No, we skipped a lot. This is another brick. This is another brick. We skipped huge chunks of that. Also, because my arm is tired. That book is heavy. Let's put this dust jacket back on. Heavy book is heavy. Who would have guessed? That's the Kirby Art and Style collection. I'm gonna set that down there, because I don't want to mess up that dust jacket. Dust jacket makes me nervous. Here's another art book. Akira Toriyama's Dragon Quest Illustrations. This came out before 11. This is actually how they announced the design of 11's protagonist. So you won't get 11 stuff in here, but this has like a ton of artwork from Akira Toriyama just of the Dragon Quest series over the years. And if you know me, you know I love Dragon Quest. I also just really love Akira Toriyama's art. There's the box art for Dragon Quest 1. 25th anniversary artwork. Here's some of his original sketches for like monster designs. Like there's the slime, Draki, Dragon Lord stuff, Golem that you fight in the one town. Dragon Quest 2's art. I love the box art for like the Japanese Famicom versions of these games. I adore Toriyama's art. Here's some great. Dragon Quest 2 has some amazing art. Here's his attempt at pixel art. This is Toriyama trying to show how to do pixel art for the characters, and he's like, they didn't use these at all. These are completely unused. But this was Akira Toriyama trying to do pixel art interpretations of his own characters. But like, he clearly just did it on graph paper. Not even on graph paper. It looks like he like tried to hand draw them because like the pixels are like uneven. I really love that. Makes me very happy that that's in there. These guys are creepy. There's like a bunch of like monster designs. It's done through like at this point it becomes kind of chronological of like the order the games came out. Here's some Dragon Quest 3 art. I love his Dragon Quest 3 art for like the character classes. I was pushing up my glasses and it fell over. Where is it? Yeah, so like you have like the hero, you have the thieves. No, these are the merchants. These are the merchants. I love the merchant designs. They're really good. I love that for the knights. Or slash fighter, depending on whatever you're calling it. He went with pink armor for them. I love that that's stuck. I love the pink armor. Male and female variants. You're missing your arms? I don't know where this is going. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know the word. The mage is really good. It's just like a wizard and a witch. The priests, martial artists, the gadabouts. I love the gadabout as a class. It's just funny. If it's a male, it's a clown. If it's female, it's her. She's like the whiskey. I remember when we played through Dragon Quest. Yeah, sure, share it. We named him Barry whenever we played it. Dragon Quest 3 art and some legendary iconic stuff right here. There's a few unused designs in this book as well, but yeah, we're gonna skip through. Some more stuff. This boss is a pain in the ass. Fucking Grandmaster Nimzo. Dragon Quest 5, one of the greatest games of all time. Some of the most beautiful storytelling video games I've ever had. Oh, she's cool. I really like her. My throat's getting worn out. I need to take a drink. Oh yeah, that's Khan the Knight. It's Khan the Knight. This is Bishop Lodja. There's a rook somewhere too. I don't know where he is. Oh, he's somewhere. Yeah, you just get some good designs. There's the Great Saber Cat. Gotta love him. Some Dragon Quest 6 art. 6 was my first Dragon Quest game. This is where I started. I don't recommend it as a starting point, but it is still a really good game. Oh god, this book smell this is radiating some strong book smell right here. Spin-off series, illustrations. Yeah, they kind of break up. The first mystery dungeon game ever was a Dragon Quest spin-off. Torneko Taloon. Torneko. So if you like Mystery Dungeon, there's some fun history of that for you. Dragon Quest 7, a whole section for 7 because this game is gargantuan. I love this game. I don't recommend it to anyone. It's painful. I would love to have this as a poster. This one here. I love the coloring on it and stuff. It's just, the game is so, like, it's one of the worst paced JRPGs I've ever played. But what it does do, I absolutely adore, and I'm glad I played through it. But, like, the pacing on it is some of the most painful I've ever done. I love this guy. That's a fun villain design. There's God. There's also God. There's God and there's God in this game. More spin-off stuff. You know, Rocket Slime artwork. Dragon Quest 8 artwork where everybody can go Super Saiyan. Has some beautiful art. I love that. This is the clean version of the cover art in Japan of Dragon Quest 8. I love that cover art. It's so pretty. This is a very good game as well. A lot of people got into the series. Yeah, God in Dragon Quest 7 is a lot. He's a lot of things. Oh, here's Dulmagus. Very good guy. Let's see. We got this guy. He's such a goofy boss. And just more spin-offs. Dragon Quest Monsters stuff. Dragon Quest 9 stuff. I liked 9. It's got problems mainly because like there's no party members in it. Everyone is like player-made characters because this game was wanting to be multiplayer. And I wasn't able to play it like that, sadly, so I didn't get to experience it the way it was intended. So I didn't really get like lack of party members kind of held it back a bit. Dragon Quest X, the game will never be able to play because it's a Japan only MMO, and I really want to play it. It has a new expansion. This game came out on the Wii and the 3DS, and it's still going. Dragon Quest Builders artwork, just a full clean version of that. Just the builder designs of the male and female builder. And this is where they showed like the only artwork they had for 11, which was there's Hero. There's the design. I love the 11 Hero design. It's my favorite. And then there's just like an analysis of the illustrations and artwork. This is Toriyama. This is a famous little comic picture of Toriyama talking about how his wife had to take the game away from him because he kept on playing it instead of working on Dragon Ball. And then there's a little note in the back here. Here's like here's a message from Yuji Horii talking about the Akira Toriyama's artwork and all that stuff. There's a part in here somewhere of like an interview, like a quick message from Akira Toriyama as well. Yeah, there's the offline version, which is really funny to me. Dragon Quest X offline. There's a little timeline fold out here. It also comes with a poster that's just the cover art. Yeah, here it is. It's in the beginning. Message from Akira Toriyama. So hopefully there'll be like a fan translation I can play or something. But yeah, Dragon Quest illustrations. I love this book. As a massive Dragon Quest fan, this makes me happy. Oh. And then the last thing on my One Piece shelves. Minecraft handbooks. My favorite manga, Minecraft. It's not even like a story. I got this for Christmas from my aunt back when I was in like, I must have been like 13 when I got these. These are old. I don't know. I was somewhere. I was younger. I was pretty young whenever I got these for Christmas. There's like the Redstone handbook because I liked Redstone. This was so cool of her to get me. Half of this stuff is like really basic beginner shit. It's useful. Also, half of this stuff doesn't work the same way anymore. This book is super outdated. But I really like it. It makes me happy to flip through and be like, ah, yes. A deluxe lighting system. It's a lever with a piston. Minecart station. Like, I think this was before like some of the most important like redstone pieces and like modern redstone stuff. I'm a youngin. This was like still like beta Minecraft though. Like I'm pretty sure that was still like I started playing Minecraft before like 1.0 came out, so. Because I'm 23, I think I'm 23. And this is the construction handbook. This just has like some small building tips and stuff like that, and like here's some like builds and all that stuff. Like yeah, here's just like some builds. Basically it's just community builds and like here's some ideas. It's a cool little inspiration book, honestly. It talks about like circular walls, large medieval city walls. It's a good like flip through it for like little inspirations and stuff. Suspension bridges and floating islands. And it's a cool book. It's neat. It's neat. That's Minecraft manga. They're hardcovers for some reason. Don't know why they're hardcovers, but they're hardcovers. I actually really love the these are some beautiful books, like in terms of like the covers and spines. These are actually some of my favorite covers and spines of anything on my shelf. Like they're really nice. The gold foiling is nice. I like that like they kind of texture it to look like an old-timey book. It just looks really good. Yeah, I think a lot of people would prefer Dragon Quest Builders to Minecraft. They both have their strengths and weaknesses, but I think anyone who, well, I guess it's not true. I've actually met a lot of people getting into Minecraft for the first time now, and they actually really like it. But I think Dragon Quest Builders is a lot more like, God, I just popped open the silica packet by accident. It's cool. Minecraft is neat. Alrighty. But that's it for the One Piece shelf. Shelves, that was 2 shelves. Because One Piece is a lot. When I'm picking up a pack opening channel, I don't really buy packs anymore. Card packs are expensive. I have never played Dragon Quest Monsters. I don't know if I would like it more. Although I will say, like, I love Pokemon designs, but like those games need a lot of work. I might enjoy it like gameplay wise more. I need to try them. All right, 5. So that's gonna take us to shelf number. Why is that shelf number 4? What's my order I'm doing this in? Doesn't matter. Either way, it's JoJo. We'll get the JoJo shelf. Actually, I want to switch out my thing. I still love the Pokemon games nowadays, but I'm not. But like to me, I'm just not as much into them as. Well, it's gonna come up at some point, Spooky. You can't avoid it forever. Where's my? I want to put down my new desk mat. Put down my new desk mat while we're here. While the desk is clear. I'm gonna do the pink side because I like pink. Because of course I do. I'm predictable. Dragon Quest isn't really a series about iterating on things. Dragon Quest is a very like we have things how we like them. It's a lot more of like a we refine stuff, not iterate upon it. Ooh, yeah, that sounds painful. Sorry, this desk mat is kind of big, so I'm having trouble setting it up. Everything I've heard about Shin Megami Tensei makes like me sound like I wouldn't really like it that much, sadly. I want to try it eventually still, but it's one of those ones where I'm hesitant. That feels really nice. I want to do this one specifically in order because I think looking through JoJo in order is interesting. Put that there. Let's move my mouse out of the way. So much JoJo. Just got a couple more I gotta grab. These books are heavy. Move those out of my way, move that out of my way, move that out of my way. A lot of stuff to move. Okay, now onto the second shelf. How am I gonna lay this down? With that. Put them right here. There we go. Oh no, Hat Kid fell over. I have Hat Kid on my shelf next to me. Okay. Notification. I'm out of breath. Oh boy. Where is me a drink? Let's crack this bad boy open. Let's get a Red Bull because we're gamers. Okay, gamers. Where's my headphones? Oh. Next up is JoJo. Everyone's probably sick of hearing about this series. But here it is, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. I don't like the anime. I'm just gonna say it right now, I don't like the anime. I think it's too in your face, and I find it obnoxious. It's very much trying to be like, everything is weird. Every 2 seconds, we're going to do a punchy zoom in. And I'm like, it's really annoying. I really don't like how they edit it. It's not even the bare bones. I just don't like the constant, like, giving everything a punchy edit. Like, I don't like that. I find it exhausting. The anime openings are really fun. I do really like the openings. Those songs are bangers. I find the editing and everything needing to be a punchy zoom in and stuff really obnoxious. But I'm really glad I picked up the manga. I originally picked these up because I at least wanted to read like the first 3 parts. I have not, because I haven't read part 6. I'm only reading the official Viz English releases. Just because that's the pacing I'm enjoying going at. I'm not in a rush or anything to binge through all of JoJo, so I'm farther behind than most people. Also, this modern art that he redid of like the newer, because he redid the artwork of all the older characters for these, so like, this is not what part 1 looks like inside. That is, these men are far less muscular than they are inside. And Dio would never be holding that dog. But a lot of people say skip part 1. I don't think any parts are really worth skipping. I say read all of JoJo. Like, if you're gonna get into it, like, I like part 1. I really do. I think it's really strong. It's not JoJo's story though. It is 100% about Dio Brando. And you can't tell me that you love Dio in part 3 and say skip part 1, because literally all of Dio is in part 1. Yeah, this has a lot of problems. There is so many problems with part 1, but it's only 3 books long. This is it. This is really short. So I'm a lot more forgiving of it than I am of like later parts. I think it gets away with what it's doing a lot more because you're not stuck with it for a long time. It's very fun. It's very like old school. Like, this is some old art. His art looks really good in color. I don't like his black and white. I really don't like his early art. There's an aesthetic to it. It's just not an aesthetic that I like. I like his art later though. His art grows rapidly. One of my favorite things about reading JoJo is his art growing. But like, yeah, it is. I'm just not a fan of like the tough guy ink washing everything, like everyone being super burly. Like, this isn't my favorite art style. It's just like a type of anime art I don't like, oh god, I don't like that. Like, I don't like this old coloring that old Shonen Jump had to do, where it's like we could only do like one color really, so just ink wash everything. I don't like it. There's other things about it that I really like. I like his draftsmanship. It's very interesting. His character designs are still really strong. Even from the beginning, I like his... Yeah, I think people are just really impatient. I think people just skip it because there's no stands, and people like, lol, stands the memes. Stands and memes, that's what JoJo is. There's none of that in part 1 and 2, and I'm like, yes, parts 1 and 2 aren't really memey, and they don't have stands in them. But like, I think in terms of like just actually enjoying this, going into it to enjoy the series and the history, that legacy that it left, I really like part 1, and part 2 is my favorite. But yeah, I guess the plot of part 1 is this man here, Joseph Joestar. He's a good boy. He's a good boy, part of a rich family. They adopt one Dio Brando. And Dio is essentially just the biggest fucking asshole. This whole first volume is nothing but like building up Dio to be this just like absolute fucking dick. Like, he's not redeemable in the slightest, and I love that. He's just like the type of villain who you fucking hate. And I love that. And then eventually, vampires happen. And also magic breathing kung fu. And then it becomes more action driven. I think the beginning of part 1 is definitely the strongest part. The middle is the weakest, and then the ending is okay. It's very violent. Lots of blood and gore. This was very like Fist of the North Star inspired like era of anime where everything was like just brutal Fist of the North Star shit. But like, it's very much like you read like the early stuff. I love the early stuff. It's not as weird as it later gets. Like, if you're expecting something really weird, it's only kind of weird, if by, like, anime standards anyways. I guess not by anime standards, it's pretty weird, but, like, if you read a lot of anime and read a lot of manga, it's not that weird. Um, I don't know. It's fun. It's very much like a straightforward, like, good guy versus bad guy type story, with vampires and some weird breathing kung fu. But I think it's enjoyable, and like a lot of the stuff that it does with Dio becomes why I love him later. Um, the important thing is this sets the foundation for like the next two, because originally it was just going to be a trilogy. Also, these covers are beautiful. I guess I should share these covers. I adore these hardcovers. I love Araki's like more modern art, which he redid he drew these artworks a lot newer than the artwork inside, because like this is 80s and 90s inside, but like this is more modern Araki redrawing these covers. I really like the JoJo hardcovers. They're really pretty. Yeah, I want to read his book about manga creation. Um, Part one of JoJo's really good. I don't think there's anything crazy about it, but I still think it's good. I think it's fun. I think the biggest reason why like it gets away with just being good and fun is because it's short. Like this is all of part one. So like even though there's just like filler fights and nonsense, it's just fun and it doesn't really hold things up because it's over quickly. Um, it doesn't need to be a giant epic, and it's not. That's something very important to JoJo that I think it loses in a couple of parts that hold back other parts for me. Because I have some problems with one that's coming up. Part two. This is the best part of JoJo. I love part two. This is my favorite. Still no stands. The main character is a lot more interesting, because the problem with Jonathan, the first JoJo, is he's good boy. That's his whole personality. He's like noble gentleman. That's his whole thing. That's all he is. This is his grandson. This takes place in like the early 20s or whatever, like the roaring 20s. Um, Still super violent. Yeah, Joseph is really fun. He is not a gentleman like his he's like a trickster. He's kind of a jackass. Um yeah, it's more about feeling the character than the anatomy. Some of his anatomy and this is like, what the hell is going on here? Um but like he's wacky. He fucking like he'll tell his opponent like this is gonna be the next thing you say, and then they say it, and then the guy's like, whoa, and like he loves to get in people's heads and predict what they're doing. He's a trickster. Like that's his whole thing, is he's a trickster. And he's way more fun to follow. Like I love how fun the adventure of just this one is. It's just a really fun adventure with like really good pacing, fun villains. While not like the most memorable villains, they're all really fun. Um yeah, this is where the music references start. Like all the villains are named after musicians. Um Basically Joseph going on a globe-trotting journey to fight super vampires. He gets really creative with his powers. Because part one's fights are a lot more like I breathe good than I punch good. Um, Joseph's more creative than that. He's pulling tricks out of his hat. He's having to get crafty with like what he does with his powers. He'll use it to like shake up a bottle of Coke in his hand, to shoot the cap to break a guy's finger on a gun. Like if you like creative fights, this is where it starts. These fights are much more fun and interesting, and the adventure of it's much more fun and interesting, especially once you start entering like halfway into it. This one's also short, by the way. For volumes, that's it. My camera frozen? I think my camera's frozen. Oh, yep, sure is. Let me just disconnect and reconnect that. That fix it? Yes. Also, let's start the next OST. Dragon Quest. No, let's do Sonic Lost World. This is something fun. Yeah, Zappelli is a music reference. There's definitely a few in the early ones, but like he really goes a lot harder into them in part two. But that's not what I enjoy JoJo for. Like music references are fun, but like I don't know. That's not what. At the end of the day, the characters and the fun of it is what JoJo is about. Is having a good, fun, whatever the hell is going on. And part 2 is all about that. It's got really good pacing. Like, part 2 is always doing something. It's always doing something important or moving forward. Like, there's only like one fight that like is just kind of happening, but even then it's short and over with and it's moving on to the next thing. A lot of JoJo coming up when it starts getting longer, there's so much just like nothing moving. And I understand like there's fun to that, but like I like the adventure. I like the constant momentum forward. It really, the pacing of part 2 is definitely its biggest strength. Also, you get to meet Caesar. A lot of people judge Caesar for not being fun. I fucking think Caesar's great. Caesar's fun. Okay, he's like the perfect foil to JoJo, but rather than being a villain, he's like the best friend. Like they're reluctantly working together. And I love that. JoJo can't stand how much of like a snobby pretty boy Zappelli is. And they're constantly butting heads over like being very different. But then they get like a brotherly bond out of it. It's very well done. I love Caesar and Joseph's relationship. Oh yeah, these color pages. This is where the color pages start popping off. But yeah, it's fun. It's a really good adventure. Great pacing. All the characters have like really different powers. Like nobody fights the same way. It's not just fighting. Now we're at the point where people are using creative abilities. Whether it's like bone blades or like wind power or like crawling into people's bodies. Like using the vibrations of the sun to vibrate through threads and shit. Like, this is where the fights get interesting. The pacing of this is fantastic in the manga, not great in the anime. A lot of the pacing in this works really well because of suspension of disbelief. Being a lot easier when you're reading, time kind of warps when you're reading to like what it needs to be. But in the anime, there's a lot of like Joseph thinking out loud through what his plan is while it's happening. And it works a lot more in manga form because like time is kind of relative when you're reading. When it's happening in real time in the anime, it's like, how long the fuck are these guys gonna fall down this cliff while JoJo talks? It's a writing thing that works a lot better in the manga due to the medium it is rather than the actually moving forward that the anime is. It breaks the pacing of a lot of fights, which is why part 2 is much better as a manga than it is as an anime. It's a really fun action adventure. Yeah, time only progresses. Yeah, and the rate at which it goes at, you can kind of make up in your head because there's no set amount. So like something that takes you like 10 seconds to read, in your head, you understand that this is a split second. In the anime, when it's like 10 seconds of him talking, it's happening in real time and the world is moving quickly and all this stuff. It doesn't feel like a split second. It messes with things. It's very much, there's a lot of moments in it like that where it's like, this is clearly not intended to be animated and he never really expected it to be. So the pacing of it gets kind of weird once it starts being animated. Pacing's a big deal in JoJo for me for some reason. I don't know what it is, but like for some reason I care a lot about how JoJo is paced. Because when it comes to a series that I enjoy mainly just because it's really fun, like pacing is kind of a big deal. If I get bored for an extended period of time, then that becomes a problem. Which, you know, spoiler alert. Part 3 is my least favorite part. I love it. I still really like part 3. It's my least favorite part because of that pacing. There is so much nothing happening in part 3. Like, it's like, oh, because like, yeah, there's random stand fights and that's supposed to be the fun part. But also he doesn't quite understand how he's using the power system in fun ways. He doesn't quite know how to make it fun yet. So it's a lot of fights with like really normal powers that are ultimately like just a roadblock that's nothing, you get nothing out of it, you return to status quo after. And the powers aren't fun enough to be their own standout thing until towards the end of it. Towards the end of it, he starts figuring it out. But like earlier on, it's like this guy has firepower. This guy has this power. Like this guy is a boat. This guy can swim good. Like, he's Fishman. Like, it's just, the powers aren't as creative and fun in the first half of part 3. The last third, I would say, is where it becomes really strong. But the first 2/3 of it are painful, and this one is the first one that's long. Exactly, and that's about, I would say, about 2/3 through. Like, that's towards the end of part 3. And that is the point where I think it clicked on how to make these fun. This is a lot of reading. I would say from here on is where it gets really good. From here on, it's just okay. It's like these first few volumes, just okay. This second third is where it becomes really fun. And that's what JoJo is about. It's about being really, it's just really fun, right? But his art is still growing. And like I said, I still enjoyed it. Like, yeah, exactly. And that's what blows me away that everybody says just skip to part 3. And I'm like, part 3 would chase away, like, so many people. Like, I would, if I started with part 3, I don't think I would still be reading. Like, the pacing of it's painful. Dio's back, he's the villain. That's no secret. Like, sorry if that's a minor spoiler to you. It's not a big deal. Jotaro, this takes place in, like, the late 80s, early 90s. He is the, what is it, grandson of Joseph? I believe he's Joseph's grandson. This is where the new power source called stands come from. It's the iconic JoJo fighting style. This is like where the fighting style that JoJo is known for comes from, where it's like everyone has this weird magic punching ghost that comes out of them that only stand users can see, and they all have unique powers. Whenever you hurt the stand, it hurts the person physically as well. And everyone's just got specific stand powers. And the whole idea is that the globetrotting journey of JoJo, Joseph, and the rest of the Jo Bros, all just crossing all the way to Egypt to go fight Dio, and like they fight Dio's lackeys along the way. So it's a big adventure from one part of the world to the other. It's a road trip. You know where it starts, you know where it ends, and you're just going along it and fighting dudes along the way. It's a really good setup for just a fun time. The quality of the fights are inconsistent though. I like the first encounter with Kakyoin. I think that's a really fun one. But then you, like, the monkey is fun, but then there's, like, so many forgettable ones once you start get rolling, like, Joseph, I really like his stand. It's very specific on what it's useful for. It's, like, essentially these vines that let him, like, hack into, like, a camera or a TV or whatever, and it will show him exactly what he wants to see, but it breaks whatever he hacks into. I think that's really fun. I like how specific it is. I like how much of a problem it can cause. Also, yeah, this is some violent shit. His artwork's getting better. Still not my favorite. I would say I only really start liking his artwork towards like the second half of part 4, honestly. But that's very much my own personal taste and style. I think it's really well done artwork. I think it's really strong. It's just not my kind of thing. Yeah, like this dude's uninteresting. Like, Owner's cool, but like the guy he's fighting there is uninteresting. The boat's cool. I like the boat. I like the monkey. I think the monkey. But also, like, that's so much of, like, a nothing part. There's a lot of nothing in part 3. When it's fun, it's really fun. The problem is it's him finding his footing with his new power system. That's kind of where the problem comes from, is he's figuring it out. I will say the appeal of, like, most of part 3 for a lot of people is the Jo Bros becoming closer and closer buddies as it goes on. It's like a buddy road trip type thing. I agree, but there's also just, like, a lot of just whatever. A lot of meh. Like, that's not the focus of what's going on. It's just something that's happening in the background. This one's cool. Okay, you know what? This is one of my favorite stand battles. It's a guy who kills you in your dreams. You know what? That's a really good stand battle. Am I going through this in a weird order? No, we're halfway through. But there's one that's just a sword. It's like, what's his stand? A gun? One is just a sword. My favorite part is just getting to these color pages where Araki is just like popping off and he's like, I'm just gonna draw something fucking cool. Oh God, like, so I'm flipping through this and I'm like, God, these guys were so forgettable. I forgot about these. I don't know, part 3 is fun, but like, it's just, it's rough. It's rough. When it's good, it's really good, but when it's not good, it's just kind of boring. We're at the part where the fights get really interesting. Like, the quality is like consistently going up as it goes, though, which is pretty good. There's the Darby battle. Battle against the first Darby brothers. It's all gambling, and it's so good. Yeah, the reason why I think people always say part 3 is the really good one, part 3 is the one where all the memes come from. And if memes are why you like JoJo, then part 3 is fantastic. I don't give a shit about memes. I'm not a meme person. I'm not like against memes or anything. I'm not like a Grinch about it, but like, I'm not gonna like something just because of memes. And it feels like a lot of people who say just skip to part 3, that's their whole thing, is like, but the memes, and I'm like, I don't care. It's boring when there's not the memes. I don't know. I'm probably pissing off a lot of JoJo fans right now, but whatever. Look how fucking ugly Iggy is. God, that is that dog looks like he's fucking just ready to eat some shit. Yeah, this is definitely where it gets good. And then these last 2 absolute units of volumes are really fun. Yeah. It gets really strong towards the end. It's like, it progressively gets better and better as it goes. Part 3. But like, once, like, it takes a while for that ball to get rolling in part 3, but once it is, it's really good. Okay. Oh, next up. Most people's favorite part, my second favorite, that I've finished anyways. Part 4. So, parts 1 through 3, the reason why they had those really nice hardcovers is that's an edition they were releasing in Japan. The first version of the Iggy fight's really fun. It's a bird versus a dog. That was really cool. This is the part where a lot of people get into it. To say that like, this is their favorite. This is a lot of people's favorite part. It's really strong, but I can see it not appealing to a lot of people. I really like it. I think the characters are really strong. It has a really... The middle kind of slams on the brakes. I like the first third and the last third. The middle part slams on the brakes pacing-wise. It's that thing I'm saying again, where like pacing is really important to me in a series that I'm just having fun with. But it's really good. It stars our boy here, Jonathan. And this one's a murder mystery in a small town. So like, it's a lot more quaint. It's very much more slice of life in tone. It's not a big adventure. It's a big mystery. And I really like that they mixed it up for that. And when the mystery's going, it's good. Definitely has like a better grasp on what makes a fun fight in this. Everyone's powers are really specific and weird. I think every fight's at least really fun. Like, there's not a bad fight. There's some that are just kind of inconsequential. And forgettable due to that. Some of the characters aren't the best just because they don't have the time to shine because there's so many fucking characters in part 4. But I really like it. This is where his artwork starts leaning into the area I like. He's not like... His characters aren't like these overly macho dudes anymore, which I really like. This is where I start liking his art. But definitely part 4, really fun. It's a mystery instead of an adventure. I respect that. The powers get fun. I love... Yeah. Yukako is like the original yandere, comes from here. She's really fun. I really like how he handles her character. Speaking of which, that's these parts here. Where we just flipped to. She is legitimately terrifying. It's sad that outside of her chapters, she's not really written all that great. She's not like offensive or anything past that, but like she's just like, she's a girl with crush on guy after like her yandere stuff goes down. This is a freaky stand. Oh yeah, this is a puppet. Like a puppet that like, whatever happens to it happens to you. Holy shit, I forgot about it. It's so freaky. There's a lot of freaky ones. The villain in this is really fun. If he's just a normal ass guy, and he wants to be like forgotten, he wants to be as forgettable as possible. Is this whole thing? He just wants to live a quiet life, but he also is like weirdly addicted to killing women and cutting off their hands. He's a fun villain. I think as it goes on, he starts stealing the show more and more and more. But you've probably already heard that from anyone who talks about this, because everybody loves Yoshikage Kira. Once again, super violent. His artwork he's really popping off art-wise here, though. Yeah, these covers are really good. I like these covers a lot more than the first three. He's a good big bad. Yeah, Kira's a more interesting villain. I like Dio more. I think Dio fits what I enjoy about JoJo more. But I do really like Kira. But like I said, what I find fun in JoJo is I'm just here for like a fun romp, a fun adventure. Dio is the perfect, like, I fucking hate this guy, kick his ass type villain. It's exactly what I like. It gives me exactly what I need out of JoJo. I love his full color spreads that he does in like part 3 and 4, man. His color choice is so good. No, I have not. I've only read main series JoJo stuff and the Clamp Dojins. Because that's how I discovered JoJo, was through the Clamp Dojins. Oh, Aiden, did you lay this egg? And that's how I found them, like back when I was like way into Clamp. Like way before people gave a shit about what JoJo was. Heaven's Door is a really cool stand. I fucking love Heaven's Door. Yeah, there's a lot of very specific powers in this part that I think that's like the best. The best fights are against people with like very specific powers that they have to be forced to get creative with how they use them. Like, it's like, how the hell do you use this as a weapon? Oh, that's how. That is like, the best stand battles are less of an action fight and a lot more of a strategic battle. Which I love. I love a good strategic battle, which is why like the fights in this part usually stand out a lot to me. Because everything in this is like a battle for intelligence and a battle between like all that stuff. It was on self-insert. He said it's not a self-insert. Says it's not. God, he just has fun drawing Josuke, doesn't he? That's a good Josuke right there. These are definitely when he starts making all of his characters just beautiful. But I won't spoil the ending of this. There's some good irony with the ending. I really like part 4 is fun. It's my second favorite part that I've finished, behind part 2. Biggest reason it's not my first is that middle pacing. Because middle pacing in that much manga is quite a length of time. Yeah, go for it. And then that brings us to where I currently am. Also makes this, yeah, he fucking loves, he loves that guy. Yeah. Yeah, Araki, I know that drawing. I love that drawing. Fucking hell, Araki. Alright, we're almost done looking at JoJo. This is all that's out of part 5. This is all that's out so far. If this stays as good as these first 2 volumes of part 5 have been, this will become my favorite. I'm so far in love with this part. I love these character designs. I love his art so far. There's a bit of adventure to it. The pacing has been great. The stand battles are more interesting than ever. I didn't think JoJo was really all that weird until part 5. I finally am having moments where I'm like, okay, finally, JoJo is kind of weird. I never really felt like JoJo was that weird parts 1 through 4. I'm finally starting to feel it. But this is where I currently am. I'm not going to say it's where it places in my favorites until I'm done with it. So give me like a year and a half or something as they release them, because I'm releasing them. I'm reading these as they release them, and there's only 2 out right now, but I'm really loving them. I really like Giorno. Giorno is probably my second favorite protagonist. He's a bit of a jackass, but in like a fun way. He's very likable. His power is super interesting. Like, all the powers in this have been super interesting. I like the story. I really am motivated to watch the gang like come together to like take all the idea of it is like JoJo and his team, Giovanna. It all takes place in Italy, and they're all members of the Italian mafia, and they're trying to become the head honcho. They're trying to work their way up to the top, because they are trying to eliminate drugs from the mafia and get drugs to stop being dealt to children in, you know, Italy. They're trying to get rid of the drug problem. And I really like that premise of like, they all have their reasons for like coming together. And so far we've been learning them, but I really like that initial like motivation for Jojo Bacardi. And I've been learning like certain other characters' backstories as they've been coming up. Yeah, the characters are just really good. Like, these characters are so strong and understood right away. There's part 4 is just really slow at developing and exploring the characters, but they'll still be there. Immediately, these characters, like, I get them, I know what's going on with them, they're interesting right off the bat. This has such a strong start so far, and I'm hoping it stays that interesting. But also, all these powers are so specific and interesting and cool, and I'm loving how he uses them for fights. Like, I'm trying to think, like, I think only one of them has, like... Okay, well, 2 of them have very, like, combat-centered powers, but even then, like, they're not always the one in the fight. Like, one of theirs is, like, this guy, it's not his bullets, but he has these little guys that ride the bullets, and they can kick them around. They're all very interesting. I just really like it. There's like they have the most believable camaraderie, despite being like the most asshole-ish to each other out of all the JoJos. They have the most believable friendship as well. These are just very strong, believable characters, which is why I really like them. I like a lot of the powers in part 4. They're not as strong as so far in part 5, but like they're way better than part 3. Like every part so far he's been getting better and better with the powers. Like as time has gone on, he's just getting better and better at it. Which is impressive considering like this is like 20 years at this point of writing and he's still only been improving. But that's all the JoJo I've read. But we're finally done with the JoJo corner. So what does that lead us into? Let's get the rest of the things out of that shelf that the part 2 of JoJo was in. Get half my JoJo stuff. Also, I'm gonna move all these books out of the way so I have more room for more books. There's that. I got one more series to grab. Half of that shelf was JoJo. Half of that shelf was JoJo. Here's the other half of the second JoJo shelf. Yeah, it depends on how big they are, but I like them when they're still comfortable. My problem is when they become uncomfortable to read them when they're too big. Let me catch my breath. Take a swig of my drink. Alright, next up. Comey can't communicate. This recently got an anime adaptation, and a lot of people are getting into it right now. Alright, I'm still out of breath. Those books are heavy. This is a comedy manga about this girl here, Komi, as you can probably guess, and she has a communication disorder. Essentially, she's just, like, super shy. Like, she's absolutely terrified of social stuff. And because of that, people think that she is intimidating, and people are terrified of her. The whole idea is Tadano over here. He's normal protagonist McNormo. Normal McProtagonist man. He just talks to her one day, and they get super. They just become super close, and they really get into a conversation. They don't talk because Komi's too scared to talk, but like they have a whole conversation after class because he falls asleep, like at his desk, and they just have a whole conversation over the chalkboard, and it is one of the most wholesome fucking things. Yeah, I've dropped Komi as well. I was gonna get to that when I got to how far I got. I got pretty far in, but I've since dropped it. But the whole thing is they become close friends, and like it's super wholesome. And he decides like, hey, I'm gonna help you make 100 friends. That's a lot of friends. No one needs 100 friends. But like a lot of these scenes like really hit me hard emotionally. This is a super strong manga. Yeah, it's a super wholesome slice of life. It's pretty funny. It's very lighthearted. If you want like a feel-good, funny slice of life, this is a series worth picking up. Stick with it as long as you're feeling like it. I have cried a couple times at this though, because like, and not like a sad cry, but like a good happy cry. This series, I care a lot about this girl. You really start caring about her as it goes on. She's so hard not to root for. But the whole fun part is like every friend she makes and every character that gets introduced. This is just a school of a bunch of weirdos. Everyone's so weird, but like in a fun way. Everybody's got like fun interaction, and everybody interacts with each other really well. I'm not gonna spoil what caused me to step away from it, but there's been a shift in what the main focus has been. I love Najimi. They're one of my favorite characters. Yeah, exactly. It's leaning into the love triangle drama subplot, and I'm like, I don't care about that. So I dropped it so I could read other things. I'll pick it up again at some point, but for now, I'm just gonna take a break from Komi. No, that's fine. I think that's definitely something worth saying. There is a love triangle that forms pretty far in. Like it's pretty far in, so it's definitely an attempt to mix things up. But I just don't care. Najimi is like my favorite though. I love Najimi. They're not clear about it. The whole thing is nobody knows Najimi's gender, and like they're not hateful towards it. I love Najimi, but occasionally when that becomes the joke, I'm like, it feels weird. But when that's not the joke with Najimi, and Najimi's just like being themselves and it's very fun, Najimi's a very fun character. They're not like offensive about it, but it's like occasionally that is the punchline, and I'm like, But any other time, Najimi's very lovable. Like, Najimi's very clearly an important early friend for Komi to make, because Najimi is like the most outgoing, like, I'm friends with everyone, and I'm gonna force us all to go do interactions and hang out with the world. So they're very important and useful for the... Yeah, it does. I mean, it does help understand things and stuff. Najimi's hilarious. Najimi has me laughing more than any other character. They're just very enjoyable. But yeah, the whole premise is like, it's a super wholesome manga of just like this shy person making 100 friends and just like the antics they get into. It'll make you very happy reading it. Yeah, everyone's likable. There's no assholes. It's just likable people being likable. Oh god, yeah. That's a part of the story that made me cry. Oh god, yeah, I'm going past that. I can't read that. live. Holy shit, that was volume 2. Fuck. When this shit hits hard, it hits. It does hit hard though. It's just, it's so it's so good. Like, it has me laughing out loud constantly. Even at the point where I've dropped this series, at least temporarily, it still makes me laugh constantly. Like, even though the main plot is not doing what I care about, and it's taking a shift for something I don't care about, even then, it's still hilarious. Like, it still makes me feel really good to read it. So even though I've dropped it, I still love it. It's just, I wanted to read other stuff, and I'm like, Komi's doing some weird stuff right now, so I'm gonna take a break from it to read other things. Yeah, it's just, that's what it is. It's hard to explain any more than that. It's a simple premise, but they do a lot with it. It goes far. It's pretty long. I have the first 12 volumes. I think there's 16 out in English right now, and in Japan there's like 20 something. Yeah. Yeah, see, Najimi is just a good friend to Komi. I love Najimi. Najimi just doesn't understand social cues. Everyone's wholesome. Everyone's really good. I think that's kind of the thing too, is like, it's a lot of people like misunderstanding Komi, and then just like after they get to understand her, they're like, oh, she's just great. She's just a really nice person. Like that. Yeah, it's a good wholesome slice of life. I don't know if I have a favorite genre. I kind of go all over the place. A lot of my collection right now is shonen, like battle shonen and stuff, but like that's mainly because my first goal, and it's still a goal I'm still pursuing with my manga collection, is to fill in the gaps of like all of the stuff I was wanting to read as a kid. Oh, this is a really good one. I really like this one where everybody goes on class trip. It's a really good one. I haven't read Spy Family yet, but I really want to. But yeah, most of my collection at the moment is like shonen, specifically Jump titles, because growing up, a lot of my manga reading was reading Shonen Jump, the magazine. So there's a lot of just like stuff there that I'm missing. Oh yeah, Komi's brother is really funny. I'd say this is the point where I started like turning away from, not turning away, but like it started leaning in a direction I'm not really crazy about. But like I said, the stuff I love about the series is still there. It's still really good. These covers are fantastic, by the way. Komi's another one with like covers I absolutely adore. And then the spines look really nice on the shelf. This is a really nice series to have on the shelf. And this is the last volume I read, volume 12. There's still more past this, but like I said, I haven't been buying them. I've been taking a break from Komi to read other stuff. But it's still really funny. I still love all of the characters introduced. I still love everyone in it. It's really good. Go to McDonald's. It's fantastic. Okay, let's set these down. That's all my Komi. That's all the Komi I need. Which, to be fair, 12 volumes of Komi is a lot of Komi. Here's something Spooky will be happy to see. I don't think Spooky's here anymore, though. But also, there we go. Goodnight Poon Poon by Inio Asano. This is the only Inio Asano thing I've read so far. I want to read more. I really like this. This is a very sad story. This is, how do I describe this? How do I describe Goodnight Poon Poon? This is the story of Poon Poon's life. He starts off with him as a young boy, and it's kind of him growing up, and things aren't always great for him. A lot of like the messed up things that happen to him, and like how it messes with him and the people around him. It is a very psychological, like not happy read. but it's very good. It's very interesting. It did not rattle me as much as a lot of other people. A lot of people like were really messed up by this. I didn't really feel anything by the end. But I did really like it. I think it's really good. But it is fantastic, and it is 100% worth reading. I'm really glad it got me to want to read a lot more of his works. The artwork is really good. Inyo Asano is a fantastic artist. I'm just trying to be careful with what I flip to, because like sometimes you can flip to some crazy stuff in these. He does this interesting thing with the art where like Poon Poon and his family are all drawn like abstract shapes essentially. Most of the time as a bird, but I think abstract strikes is a more accurate way to say it. So that way it's, you don't have like a preconceived notion of like Poon Poon based upon appearance. And that's the whole point of it, is to prevent appearance from being anything that you like think of when you think of this character. Being like something that'll affect how you feel about them. It is purely so that way like how it's written is the most important thing about Poon Poon himself. But it's good. It's really good. But I will say it didn't hit me nearly as hard as it seems to hit everyone else. But still a fantastic read. I'm really glad I read it. Fucking art is so good. I've watched his system. He uses like this interesting like mixed media way of doing things. He like combines photography with illustration and stuff like that in very interesting ways. The spines do this really cool thing where like they come together. It works a lot better when they're actually in order. Like if I just grab the last two. I don't know. I don't really have a crazy ton to say about Poon Poon. Like that wouldn't be a spoiler anyways. But yeah, you put them all together and it's Poon Poon. But that's all of them. It's really good. That's the kind of thing you like very dramatic, introspective, sad stuff. Poon Poon's definitely a good one. It's kind of like the Poon Poon on it. Not the Poon Poon. It's like the poster child of it. It's really good. I want to read more of his work. I definitely think it's worth it. It seems to hit other people a lot harder than me, is all I got to say about it. Next shelf. What's that, 8? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we'll move on to, we'll round up to the shelf after that. So I'll go get the next shelf. To get to one of my favorite things ever with this one. I'm excited. This one's heavy. Oh, this one's heavy. Do that. Okay. Goes there. Goes there. Goes there. There. That goes there. Okay. Next shelf. Next shelf obtained. My headphones. So, next up is my current favorite series that I've read in like recent time anyways. And that is Witch Hat Atelier. This is amazing. I've gushed about this before, so people have probably already heard about this, but God, I love this manga. This is very much like if you make a manga to cater to me, this is how you do it. This is my current read. This is what I'm currently catching up on. I only have one volume left to read. In fact, let's start with volume 1. Let's flip this over and start. These are not in order. These are not in order. This is what I'm currently reading. I'm almost caught up. I have one left. These come out very slowly, which is both a good thing and a bad thing. Wallet says it's a good thing. My mind says it's a bad thing because I want to read more. Witch Hat Atelier is such a good manga. It is absolutely beautiful. Kahame Shirahama, I think that's how you say her name. She is the author of this. It is about a young girl named Coco who's learning to become a witch. It has probably my favorite magic system of all time, being that it's all drawn. But it's like her journeys to learn how to do magic better, taking the tests for it, being trained by her master, and like learning the rules of magic as well. Though there's certain things that the laws of magic forbid that you do, and then there's like the brimmed hats, which are like the evil witches who like participate in like forbidden magic and stuff, and they're trying to also teach Coco, and it's very much like her discovering the beauty, but also like the fact that magic is something that can be corrupted and something that can be misused, and the dangers of it. It is probably the prettiest manga I own. I absolutely adore the artwork so much. Like, the artist for this is really just a master of what she does. This is one of my favorite just pages in general of manga. All of it's so good. Like, even outside of the color pages, like your normal ass normo pages, how pretty that is. And it's not even just that it's detailed. Like, detail isn't always my favorite thing. I strive for simplicity in a lot of art that I love. But like, how she uses all the details in her art, the fact that she like the way she frames panels, the way that everything is just set up beautifully on the page. Everything flows so naturally. It is a delight to read. The characters are all interesting and well built. Like, yeah, this was very much that series for me. Like, everything about this, from like how magic works and it's like you're very much learning how magic works along with Coco, because she's the audience. She is the protagonist. We're following her around, and we're also learning that as she goes. We're learning how this world works, we're learning how magic works, and we're also like going on adventures with it. But the artist as well is just so good at just framing everything. And it's not just like, the thing is, the writing is just as good as the art. These characters are so well written. And the story that it's going through, I'm so curious to know where it goes, and every time we find something new to do, every time it's like a new test or like a new event that we're helping with, I'm always just like in wonder of like what's gonna happen. This series just overwhelmingly captures my imagination so well. It is 100% like the exact kind of thing that I love. This feels like a series that's just made for me. I can't recommend it enough. It is so good. Here's a good example. I've been trying to find like some of my favorite frames. I look at the paneling. Like, this is paneled so well. Everything flows into each other, and like, I love this series. This is probably one of my favorite things I've ever read. I'm still catching up on it. I have one left. That's at least out in English. They release very slowly. but I don't mind that at all. Yeah, the artwork in this is just fantastic. The stories are fantastic. The characters are fantastic. The world is so interesting and cool. Anyone who's here like regularly knows like the kind of stuff I love in fantasy. This very much has that, but it's also a little bit more exciting. With stuff like dragons and stuff like that occasionally, but it's way more about like the world building and the character writing than like being an action series or anything. Action is just something that sometimes happens due to the storytelling. This series is about the world building and the characters. I love it so much. They're also really comfortable in the hand, which is something I care about. Like, so good. It's so good. I love seeing how they use magic in this world. Because like, it's both like, you know, it's magic. You could do whatever with it, but also the rules and restrictions that it runs by on how you have to do things is so fascinating. Like, you can't just like magic up anything. You have to know what you're doing. It's very much of a study. I love this. That's such a pretty panel. This chapter here very much is like about what made me fall in love with it. It's so good. And then this is the volume I'm currently on. This is on my to read shelf. This is the newest one out. And I'm just so excited to read it. Excited. Love it. I love it so much. It's so good. Ooh, it's heavy. Anyways, moving on. We have one of my earliest things that made me fall in love with manga. Chobits. This is not the version that I fell in love with. This is not my old copy. That was destroyed a long time ago. But these are the currently released Kodansha 20th Anniversary editions. They are so clean. They are hardcovers, as you would expect. You can also get them by Dark Horse in omnibus format. Those omnibuses are bricks, though, and they're not the most comfortable to read. So these hard, jagged hardcovers are actually the most comfortable version of this read. Chobits is, it's not a clamp work. So the same team of women from the beginning with Holic. This was a series they made before that. It is a romance series, but it's not, it's kind of about that. It's about a lot of things. Chobits has a lot to say about a lot of things. The idea is, this takes place in a future where your personal computer is a robot. Really weird. But like she's a personal computer. Like, you use her to surf the internet. Yeah. Clamp loves to write the weirdest shit. I can't stand Elfen Lied, but I love Chobits. But yeah, the main character in this, also, this is just like some beautiful Clamp artwork. The main character in this is just like a country bumpkin who just wants to get a PC, and he winds up getting Chi. And it's very much like, God, it's about like exploring the idea of the relationships that people will have in the future with like artificial life, as much as it is about like the idea of what would make that something to cherish, or like exploring relationships with people in general. Like, it's exploring like so many different kinds of relationships and what they mean. That's very much what Chobits is about. It's a classic. It is weird. It is so weird, but it's really good. I would say this is Clamp being the most Clamp they ever get, of like just them exploring weird ass shit in weird relationships in strange ways, but in ways that really, they're trying to get you to think about stuff with this manga. It's a classic. It's a classic for me specifically as well. It means a lot for my development as a person consuming media. This was one of the first things I ever read. Do not read this if you were a kid. This is not child friendly. This has got all kinds of stuff in it. But this was one of the first things that made me think critically about media and got me really being like critical about what something is trying to say. Because it's very much asking you to do that in a lot of different ways. These 20th anniversary editions, they release in, they released 4 of them, and it covers the whole series. So your options to get it are either the, also it's kind of funny. I love Sumomo. That's she's a laptop. But like, yeah, it's just good. New person introduction to the medium. Chobits is an interesting place. I feel like a lot of people were introduced with this. I also don't think, I think Chobits is something that like, you get a lot more out of after you've been introduced to it. Because Clamp stuff in general has a lot to say about manga and anime as a medium. Oh, that's interesting. I don't like the Chobits anime. I think the Chobits anime picks weird stuff to focus on that I don't think the manga focuses on like at all, because the manga is like, this is just like a one-off gag thing or something that we're just gonna have happen leading into what we actually want to talk about. The anime like spends whole episodes on it. It's really weird. The anime picks weird stuff to focus on. It's not atrocious, but like, I don't know. It's also written by an all-girls team, so if that's something you care about whenever this type of subject is handled, because I know some people do. Chobits is written by an all-female team. But yeah, this is definitely one of their more famous works. Also one of their more controversial ones, but I think it's definitely worth reading. Just for like what it makes you think about. It's a very like make you think series. Yeah, it's very pretty. Clamp just like are some beautiful artists. I've said this before, but I love Clamp as like art. And we're gonna see that later when we get to one of my favorite series of theirs artistically, which is also one of their oldest series. We'll get to that. But we haven't rolled that die. We haven't landed that die roll yet. But yeah, Cheese Classic. But this is just a really good manga. It's just, it gets people talking, that's for sure. But I don't think people really talk about Chobits anymore. It's not as relevant as it used to be. A lot of modern stuff takes a lot from Chobits. It's one of Clamp's more influential series with like Cardcaptor Sakura and Magic Knight Rayearth and like some of their earlier stuff that's very influential. Chobits is definitely up there as one of those. All right, next up. How is Chobits? I love Chobits. Read it, don't watch it. The anime focuses on weird stuff that the manga doesn't, that manga is like one page for, and then the anime will spend like a whole episode on it. I'm like, that's not what this is about. I think Chobits is really good though. I really like it. It's something that wants you to think critically about a lot of things that it brings up. It's very much like of a exploration of many different themes as it goes on. So there's a lot it's about. It's very much a thinky type thing, but it wants you to think about like relationships and stuff like that. Yeah, perhaps. And we're about halfway done. Claymore. This is a series no one talks about. I got this from the box set, so I have the box set for this, which comes with like a little paperback art book of just like illustrations. This is a dark fantasy about these women who are demon slayers, and there's something special about them. They are called claymores, and they are hired to slay these monsters that like essentially just devour villages and people, and humans like are just not strong enough for it. But these women soldiers called claymores are the only people who are. It's very brutal, very violent dark fantasy. It has its ups and downs. I think it's really good though. Um, it has its moments where it slows down and stuff. Yeah, it's been a while since then. It's not one of the series that people talk about like afterwards. Like so there are a lot of series that people still talk about even though they're over. Claymore sadly isn't one of them, but I think Claymore's really good. I definitely think it's worth it. Especially if you like dark fantasy. This is Shonen Jump. Yeah, this is their Shonen Jump Advanced line that they don't have anymore. This was in what is it called? Because in Japan, Jump has like several magazines. I think half of this was in Jump, the other half was in Jump, Ultra Jump. I believe. I could be wrong about that. I don't know. I haven't read Berserk. I do know this series is really cool. If you like dark fantasy, like it's worth at least giving a look at. It tells the stories of these women who are forced to be soldiers. And like just the kind of shit that this world does to treat them like the way they are. Because spoiler alert, the world fucking hates these soldiers despite them being the only people saving them. Like there is some, like they're treated like shit. They're treated like they themselves are also monsters. It's very interesting. It becomes very much like a political drama as time goes on, while still being an action series. The power scaling just kind of goes through the fucking roof, and it gets really wild later. If you don't like that kind of, it's kind of my biggest complaint about it, is the power scaling gets just like ridiculous at a certain point, but it's still really good. There's a lot of good character drama. A complaint a lot of people have is a lot of the characters blur together because they're all same outfit, silver-haired, silver-eyed women, because that's something that happens with becoming a Claymore. Like your hair color changes and your eyes become silver. I personally didn't have a problem with it, but I can totally see why some people did. But I really like Claymore. It's really good. Some of these characters get really messed up, some of them don't. It's good. It's fun. If you want like if you want a good dark fantasy action series, Claymore. The art is awesome. I love the art of Claymore. There's some beautiful designs in this. And so, like some of the monster designs as it goes on, like some of the monsters look absolutely awesome. Yeah. It is fucking wild. I'm kind of leaning to the side, aren't I? I haven't checked out Attack on Titan. I tried to get into it with season 1 and I didn't like it. And I haven't gone back to it, even though people tell me I probably would like it. I just haven't had the time to. There's a lot of things I want to get into. And if I do get into Attack on Titan again, I'm gonna have to watch it from the beginning or read it from the beginning, and I really didn't like what I struggled to get through. But I'm not really gonna say whether Attack on Titan is worth doing, because I haven't stuck with it for very long. Claymore is good, though. Dark fantasy action. I mean, beautiful artwork. Yeah, this is definitely older than Attack on Titan, though. I do know that. Yeah, I think that's kind of the thing. Although I've heard that Attack on Titan really actually is nothing like its first season. But I don't know. I haven't cared. Every time, like when I tried getting Attack on Titan, I just didn't care. And then like, I could go back and try it again to get to the stuff that I would probably like. Or I can just check out a series that I want to look at that I haven't bounced off of yet. And usually I just go into the series that I haven't bounced off of yet. Because I don't watch a crazy amount of stuff, especially anime I don't watch a lot of. I do a lot more manga reading. Like, it's just hard to want to go back to a series you bounced off of, even though you're curious. I love these monster designs. This is a very action-heavy series. And we'll just look at some of these covers as we go, because we don't really need to dwell on Claymore. I don't really have much more to say about it, other than I think the artwork's beautiful. Bakuman is so good. Yeah, and sometimes I'll want to rewatch something too. Like I rewatch Dirty Pair sometimes because I fucking love Dirty Pair. Oh, that's a good. I love this cover. That's a good cover. That's a good cover. Yeah, I like how just like kind of rough a lot of the art in Claymore is. There's a scratchiness to it that feels really natural in a way I like. That is such a beautiful design. Claymore's good. I got the box set. Yeah, here's some cool character designs. I love how they look. They're fucking cool. Some of these characters that show up around this part, I really like the designs of. The author is like forced to get creative with them because they all have to dress the same because they wear the same uniform. Crazy ass shit going on. There is a couple problems with the story in this. There's certain things it covers where it's like it clearly wasn't able to go as deep into that as it wanted to. But like, it's not perfect, but like I think overall I enjoyed a lot of I really enjoyed Claymore overall, other than like a couple things that like are hinted at being something really big that just don't get touched on. Yeah, a lot of characters in this wear it differently, or they'll wear their hair differently or stuff like that. Claymore's really good though. Characters' hair is a very big thing on differentiating them. A lot of Claymore is like how their hair is, like how they style it. But yeah, Claymore's really good. Kubo in general is like a fantastic artist. So Type Kubo, who Bleach is what we're referring to. I almost bought the all color but the black art book recently, because I saw that at Barnes and Nobles, but I was already spending a lot of money on like other stuff, so I didn't pick it up. I don't really like Bleach that much. I don't think Bleach is very good, but I have a lot of respect for it, and I love Kubo as an artist. Like, I think he's a fantastic artist. I read a lot of Bleach. I read Bleach way farther than I ever would have if I didn't love his art, because I think his art is fantastic. I'm gonna go grab the next shelf. Actually, I don't know what shelf we're grabbing, so let's roll the die. 4 plus 3, what is that? 7? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then that will re-roll 2. All right, that means we're going to the first shelf. I wanted to check out Burn the Witch. The first edition covers for that are really cool. They come with like a sleeve jacket that looks really nice. I can show you guys something funny. We'll start with that one after I get everything over here. Can I sneak this as close as possible without revealing what it is? There we go. That's some funny shit right there. I'm excited to share that one. I'm really excited for the shelf. The shelf has a lot of stuff that I want to talk about that like nobody really talks about. A lot of shorter series on this one. I thought Bleach already came back. Alrighty. Next up. It's catching my breath. Where's my headphones? Next up. This is funny. I find this hilarious. I bought this not because it's a series I care about having on my shelf, but I bought it because I think it's hilarious. That's Death Note. Not specifically because of Death Note, because if you see that text there, all in one edition. This is 12 books. Or 13 books. Is Death Note 13? 12 is... Death Note's like 13 or 12 books long. This is all in one. This is the entirety of Death Note. In one brick. In one fucking brick. For reference, one volume of Death Note's about that thick. So it's like 12 of those that they packed into about the size of 3 or 4. Also, I guess spoiler for something coming up, but whatever. Fucking hell. I bought this for the novelty of it. I like Death Note. It's just not a series I'm crazy about. I didn't really care about getting it on my shelf until I saw the all-in-one edition. And it's like, it's 30 bucks for all of Death Note. I'm not gonna complain about that deal. I like it. I think it's good. I prefer the anime over the manga. Oh, that still smells nice. That book is a tight seal. Look at this fucking thing. This thing is really heavy, by the way. My wrist hurts holding this. But like, how many pages is this? This is like... How many pages? Yeah, this is over 2,000 pages. No, this is over 2,000 pages of Death Note. Yeah, you can kill a man with this. This thing hurts. It's heavy to hold. No, this is one book. This is from beginning to end, all of Death Note. And that's why I bought it. Look at this table of contents. Like, Chapter 1, page 7. Chapter 108, page 2,331. Like, this is insane. The pages are so thin. Like, oh. Same artist who did Hikaru no Go's art, different writer. Man, look at this fucking art, though. His art is really good. I love his art. But, like... Yeah, I guess if you don't know what Death Note is, like... God of Death drops a notebook to Earth because he's bored. Main character picks it up. Anyone whose name you write in it will die. It becomes a battle between the protagonists trying to kill people and become god of the new world to, like, for justice or whatever. He thinks he's the good guy. Versus, oh yeah, there's a scene. Versus, like, a super detective. These are the thinnest fucking pages I have ever felt. They're not bad. Like, these are not bad pages. It's just they're so tiny. It's really good. I think the anime is much better. I prefer the anime a lot more than the manga. It is very rare. It is so rare that, like, I think an anime is better than the manga. This is a fantastic manga, but, like, the anime is done so well. I think it really elevates things. Also, like, a lot of Death Note is, like, blocks of text, and I'm like, I want more artwork from Obata. His art is so good. Well, you just get, like, a lot of old man face. On the pages where his artwork pops off, it really does pop off, though. Yeah, it's stuff like that. Like, his art's really good. Ooh. Oh god, yeah, also, like, when this came out, it was so popular. Like, people who don't like anime and manga watch and love Death Note. Yeah, new edition stuff's coming out all the time. It's just you don't look at anything past, like, the fucking basic shit. I'm sick of holding this. This is heavy. But yeah, that's Death Note. Watch the anime. If you want to read the manga, fucking Obata's artwork is great. I love the Ryuk there. Um, I prefer the anime. This thing's heavy. This is not for practical reading. This is a novelty, but it's like the cheapest way to get Death Note, and it's funny. So, you know, it's just really heavy. My wrist hurts holding this now from holding that for so long. Here's something here's a series I love. Little Witch Academia. This is the manga for it. This is all 3 volumes. It's nowhere near as good as the movies, or the anime. It's just okay, honestly. But I love these characters and this world, so I bought it anyways. And I still really like it. But like honestly, unless you're like a huge fan of Little Witch Academia and you like want to consume as much of it as possible, it's pretty skippable. But I love Little Witch Academia. It's one of my personal favorite franchises. I love this world. I love these characters. So I really enjoyed this anyways. It's nothing like crazy amazing, but it makes me happy. I love seeing these characters again. It's like based off of the anime, but it does a lot of its own stuff as well. Not off of the films, like the TV anime. The artwork's really cute. The artwork of this is really endearing. But, you know, it's not as good as like the Trigger animation. The covers are fantastic, though. And then there's like volume 2. It's just more of that. More adventures of a witch in witch school. Doing fun stuff with cute artwork and really fun designs. I recommend watching the 2 OVA films, the 2 short films for Little Witch Academia. That's the best part of the franchise, and then the rest is just kind of like, okay. But you gotta check out the first film, short film, and the second short film. It's some of my favorite anime films. They're just so fun. They're so fun. And it's just Yo-Yo Shinari popping off. And the very endearing story. Why is that so blurry? Why is that so blurry? I do really like the artwork in this manga though. This manga has like one of my favorite art styles on my shelf. It's very expressive. It's really good. Martin Scorsese likes to exaggerate things. He's very dramatic. And then this is the final volume. It was only 3 volumes long. That's fine. That's all it really needed to be. Which is why it like starts to go off in its own direction. That's not quite the same as like the anime. Just because like, you know, 3 volumes isn't a lot. But Little Witch Academia, I'm glad I have it. Not as good as the rest of the franchise, like the movies and stuff, but I still love it. Not as bad as the game. Here it is. This is a series that I do not have all of. And I really want to. I've read it all. I bought the volume I'm missing digitally, but 1 volume of this is extremely rare or expensive. And this is Honey and Clover. This is a shoujo manga by Chika Umino. I am excited to read her current series, which is going to start getting an English release, which is fucking what's it called? March Comes In Like a Lion. This is the same author who would go to do that later. But it is about a group of art students who are all kind of bunking together. They're all living together, and it's just their journey growing up through art school. It's very funny. These characters are very lovable, like kind of in the same vein as like Komi Can't Communicate, but it's a lot like, it's much more introspective. It has a lot of, it's trying to say a lot more about like that process of like going through college and going into the world. Okay, yeah, check out Honey and Clover. This is her previous series before it. It's not quite as, like, it's not a sad thing like that one, but it has a lot of her, like, trademark writing about emotions going into it, but it's very charming. It still feels like Chika Umino. Like, this is her work. You can send this off to get a magazine subscription to Shoujo Beat, even though they don't do that anymore. This is an old copy, isn't it? It's a little bit yellowed. That makes me sad, but it's not that bad. I really like it. The series is really funny. It made me happy. It made me think a lot. Very good. Hail of the Moon, Gentleman's Alliance. Skip Beat. God, Skip Beat is so long. Yeah, oh god, this is forever ago. Only $8.99. That is not the price anymore. I love the covers for Honey and Clover. I love these simple, like, pieces. Her art's very fun. It's very soft. But the characters in this, they're all really likable. They all have their own stuff going on. The drama side of it's really good. The comedy side of it's really funny. These characters are all very endearing. Like, I grew to pretty much love all of them by the end. Try not to be too spoiler, just in case Spooky's still here or something, because I know Spooky wants to check it out. I think the biggest kick I'm getting is looking at the back, because these are really old copies I have for some reason. In hell. Ads for Shoujo Beat stuff. High school debut? I actually used to own that. Do I still own it? I might still own it. I don't think I do. I think I got rid of it before I moved, because I think that's the only series that I've, like, gotten rid of that I owned. Everything else is series that I've always had. There's nothing wrong with it. I just didn't care about keeping it. Forgot about that. That's good. Yeah, this is just a good feel good slight tinge of sadness about growing up. Like, it's got that, like, tinge of sadness about, like, entering the world and leaving your childhood behind to it. But it's very good. The only thing that I would warn you about is Volume 8. It's extremely rare and extremely expensive. The rest of these you can get for a good price, like normal ass prices. Volume 8, you can't. Volume 8's expensive as hell and rare as hell. So that's the only one I don't have. I have all the others. I read it digitally. But the rest of it, I'm proud to own. This is one of my favorite pieces of my collection because it's a very under-talked about and underrepresented series. Like, you don't see this on a lot of people's shelves, but it definitely deserves to be on more people's shelves. Those are my favorite things to have in my collection. Makes me very happy that I have it. It's very good. Don't stray away from shoujo. Especially well-written shoujo. I'm running out of room. I'm running out of room to set things down on. Alright, next up, not quite manga. Snot Girl. This is a one of my few Western comics I own. This is story by Brian Lee O'Malley and art by Leslie Hunn. This is about, let's start with volume 1 first of all. This is about, you probably know who Brian Lee O'Malley is. He's the author of Scott Pilgrim. God, I got into this because of the art. Like, I like Brian Lee O'Malley, but like, I fell in love with the covers and like the artwork inside of this. Yeah, this isn't manga. This is about a group of influencers. The main character here, it's 7,000? What's 7,000? Fucking Honey and Clover? What? Yeah, don't pay 7,000 for Honey and Clover. I don't own it. I don't own Volume 8. Jesus. No, that's the volume that I don't own. I own every other volume. That's the one volume that I need. The Rest are like normal prices. The rest are $8.99, $9.99. It's only volume 8 that's really rare for some fucking reason. I don't know why. But it's about a group of influencers. They're all kind of assholes. Like, Brian Lee O'Malley is really great at writing like really fucking hateable characters, like in a good way. But it's very much like the drama they get into. There's like a murder thing going on. Like, there's all kinds of shit going on, but it's mostly about like just the characters interacting and the drama that comes between them. But it's very good. I actually really love this. It's on hiatus until further notice because Brian Lee O'Malley's just working on something else. This is some of my favorite art that I have on my shelf. I love how she colors. All the characters are like fashion people, so like all the characters are fashion and like influencers. They're all fashion influencers. They all have like their different styles. They're all very shallow people, and it makes them very interesting. She's my favorite. She's great. I love it. I don't know. I just think it's really interesting. I have a lot of fun reading it. It's just a weird drama. I mean, basically that's it. But it's good. The only thing is it's on a really long hiatus, so... And we don't know when it's gonna not be on it. But these characters are really interestingly written. Their dialogue is kind of... It's not a series about people that you're supposed to like. I think that's kind of the thing I need to convey is like... You're not supposed to really like anyone. Everyone's kind of terrible. That's how Brian Lee O'Malley writes for some reason. There's some weird stuff going on in here that I'm kind of like, I could do without that, but for the most part, I find this very enjoyable. A lot of weird people in this. Shit just happens. I forgot about the ghost. Yeah. Oops, I hit spacebar. That paused the music. I love seeing, like, the biggest thing for me is the artwork, though. Like, I love this artwork. So good. And because, like, the whole thing is they're all fashion people, like, costume changes are just constant in the series. Everyone's constantly wearing something different. So, like, yeah, that kind of thing. It's good. It's in kind of a really big cliffhangery moment though for them to go on hiatus. I'm just waiting on that to come back. But I'm enjoying it. No, I'm not gonna like rush them or anything. I have other things to read in the meantime. Such a good drawing. I love that. Brian Lee O'Malley's interpretations of these characters are very fun. I guess they are his characters, aren't they? And then at the end, you always have like people's notes. It's good. I like it. I would say if you don't like getting stuck waiting, though, watch out for fucking long hiatus that we never know what's gonna happen. Yeah, I really like his art style. I do prefer Leslie's just because like he colors things so well. These books are so vibrant. Like the color palettes that she chooses for all this is just beautiful. It's so good. It's so good. Basically, just I like these books a lot. Image Comics. That's all there is out right now. It's just those three. Where do I put this? God, I have no room. Ooh, okay, here's something. Here's something that I just cannot recommend enough. All in a weird order. Why is this all in the wrong order? Whatever. Girls' Last Tour. This is probably the best manga on my shelf. Just best manga on my shelf. One of my favorites that I've ever read. If there is anything that you see here that you should read, it's Girls' Last Tour. Oh yeah, I know that feeling. Yeah, this is so good. There is an anime. The anime is a good adaptation. I have one massive problem with it that I annoy my friends about, and I know they hate it. I'm sorry. I just get very upset thinking about it. And that is the anime covers volumes 1, 2, 3, and 4. The ending starts in book 5 and goes to 6. These two books here are literally what made this series go from a good, great series that I loved to one of my favorite things I've ever read. The anime ends literally on the last page of number 4. The thing that really separated it for me and really elevated it up to the max is not in the anime. Other than that, the anime is a fantastic adaptation, but it doesn't have the end. It doesn't have a single piece of the ending. And that means a lot for me and this series specifically. Normally, I'm not the type to hold endings up to be paramount, but The Girl Glass Tour is my favorite ending. The Honey and Clover 8. No, that's like an order for them to place an order for one, and I made one ages ago, and they still haven't sent it. It's been like a year. I don't know. It's weird. But if you don't know what this is a slice of life, lighthearted comedy about two girls in the post-apocalypse. My hands aren't tiny. I just hold them weird. My hand's not tiny. See, look. I have skinny hands, though. I do have very skinny hands. Like, I hold things very tiny. Like, I hold things very tightly, my hands tightly, but, like, it's actually pretty big. I have long, thin hands. But yeah, it's a lighthearted comedy. The majority of the manga is just these two just traveling. It's just them traveling up through this giant, massive cityscape. And all they know is that they were told to go up. So they're going up. And it starts with them already in the middle of their journey, and they're just gonna keep going. And it's just them discovering things that, like, were lost along the way. They discover things like the joys of a hot bath. They discover art for the first time. They discover music for the first time. They discover a camera for the first time. They discover, like, it's them discovering little things that we take for granted. They discover chocolate for the first time. Like, they've never had chocolate before. They've been living off of flavorless rations their whole life. And when they discover chocolate and, like, beer, it's, like, a huge thing. But, like, these two girls are very endearing. And I grew to care a lot about them by the end. Some of my favorite art in this is, like, we'll go to a different volume and I'll pick some, but, like, I love the landscape art in this, like the settings and stuff. These covers are also really good. I love the covers and the spines and the backs. They're also really nice editions. I can just say, Yen Press books are expensive, but they do print high quality. But Yen Press books are expensive. Like, I love these, like, just landscape shots in the manga. They look so good. Yeah, like, there's a whole chapter dedicated to imagining what it'd be like to own an apartment. I do not have either Soul Eater or Fire Force. I want to get Soul Eater. I don't know how I feel about Fire Force yet. I grew up on Soul Eater, though, so I want to get that. They're releasing the really nice editions of Soul Eater. And those look really good, but I just haven't picked them up yet. Soul Eater's not high on my list of stuff to get, but I do want to get it eventually. Girls Last Tour Volume 4. Yeah, and I mean, they're still releasing them, so... You know, that's a whole thing. I Girls Last Tour is so good. Ito and Yuri, they're really good. I care a lot about their Kettenkrad, which is their like motorcycle tank thing they drive around in. You can see it on the cover. Just chilling on it. Yeah. You got it. Girls Last Tour. And there's the final volume cover. This is one of my favorite manga of all time. This is 100% worth reading. Check this out. If there's one thing that I recommend from this whole thing that you check out, Girls Last Tour. 6 books. It's really short. Fantastic. What's next? I don't remember anything about this. I read it. I don't remember anything about it. It's a one thing. It's only one volume. I like the art style. Don't remember anything about this. There's like an author in it writing about someone they knew. I don't fucking remember. I must have been like half asleep when I read this. Yeah, I love her art style. Like, she draws really cool. It's very unique and it stands out. I think that's why I picked it up, as I just really like the art style. But I don't remember what it's about. I don't remember what happens. I know there's an author writing about someone. Like, the main character's like writing about something. Like someone. Here's Detective Conan. I love Detective Conan. I don't own it, but I love Detective Conan. I can't talk about this. I don't know what the fuck's... I don't remember it at all. I need to reread this. The artwork's really pretty, though. The artwork's really pretty. Hey, gamer. We're still going. How you doing? We have a lot of manga to get through. Here's a disappointment. Do you like K-On? Do you like the anime for K-On? Don't read the manga. Don't read the original manga. It's bad. This is bad. This is one of the most like uninteresting, flavorless manga that I've ever read. And that makes me so depressed because the K-On anime is so good. There's just nothing to this. There's no subtlety. There's no like character growth or writing. It's just like, it's gags for the sake of gags. All of the character moments, all of the character growth, all of the stuff for their personality that's given to the anime that people fell in love with K-On for, that's all anime original. None of that's in the manga. None of it. Even a lot of the jokes are a lot less funny. Like, they changed how they tell certain jokes in the anime, and they made them way funnier than they are in the manga. In the manga, a lot of the jokes aren't funny. But like, they tell the same joke in the anime, and they change a couple things, and they tell the joke really well. It's just so flavorless. This is one of the most bland and flavorless manga I've ever read. And I say that as someone who loves K-On. I love the anime adaptation of it. I don't know. It made me sad. This made me really sad. I read it and I realized, hey, this isn't good. This is a fan service manga with no fan service. No character writing. And the jokes aren't funny. That's basically it. This is so unremarkable. It's one of the most unremarkable anime or manga I've ever read. The crazy thing is the anime is an adaptation of it. Like the manga came first. No, the art's cute. I like the art. But like, you need more than cute art to, you know. Yeah, like those jokes way funnier in the anime. Those jokes hilarious in the anime. It's not funny here. Not funny, didn't laugh. This 4-coma, man. There is no breaking up this 4-panel style like other 4-panel manga do. Like, there's not even an attempt to break it up. Like, even the paneling is just boring. This manga's just boring. That's its problem, like, which sucks because the anime is so good. The anime is funny and charming and endearing. Yeah, just don't bother with this. Stick with the anime. The anime is really good. The anime is fantastic. The anime is like is legendary. Manga's bad. Here's something that's not bad and that makes me laugh a lot. Kingdom Hearts 358 over 2 days. Well, like the thing with 4-koma manga is most 4-koma manga that go on for a long time break it up. Like they don't just stick to the very strict 4-koma style. Like they break it up and mix in other things. Komi is a 4-koma. Like this is a 4-koma. This is a 4-koma manga. But like they break it up. Like they mix it up with like slight variations and stuff like that. Like, and the writing is good. The writing is still good in this. And it's still funny. But yeah, here's the Kingdom Hearts 358 over 2 days manga. This manga is fantastic. This is probably my favorite way to go back and revisit the story. I don't think it's the best way to experience the story at all, but it's better than the cutscene thingy in the game at telling the same story. And it's not as long of a commitment as the original game is. The original game, I think, is the best way to experience the story for the first time, but if you're gonna revisit it, that's kind of painful. This is funny. This is fun. This is fun to get through. So if I want to revisit that story, this is how I do it. This is the only Kingdom Hearts manga I own. I want to get the others, but I just haven't bothered yet. It's funny. Like, why are the Dusks are just playing pranks on Roxas? Like, that's what the Dusks do in their free time, is they just pull pranks on people. It's the story of 358 over 2, but, like, it's just funny. They just make it really funny. No, but look at Lexius. Look at his face. Look at. Like, look at that. Tell me that's not the best version of him you have ever looked at. He's got tiny hands. He can't figure out a puzzle. This is ridiculous. Yeah, and they make him like really quiet and shy. It's funny. This is just, it's very endearing versions of these characters. Like they have a lot of life to them. It's the same story and it's still told well. Not a bad story. Yeah, like during the days in the story where Roxas is asleep forever, like Shion keeps on showing up to check on him, and every time someone's drawn on his face. It's just funny. I don't know. If you like Kingdom Hearts, you already know you care about the story. It's a well-told it's a good enough told version of the story, but like, it just has a lot of charm to it. It's really funny. It's a good time. There's Phil. Phil's in here somewhere. Yeah, so there's Phil. That's weird. That's really strange to see. Phil in a manga. If you already know Kingdom Hearts, you already know what this is, but it's just a really comedic way of enjoying the same story. Although I think these sometimes can be hard to get at times, depending on when the last time they reprinted them is. So depending on when you look, these can be hard to get or expensive. I would say don't cave into expensive prices, just be patient. They'll reprint them eventually. Here's another one for spooky. Madoka Maguka. Oogie Moogie, Madoka Maguka. This is the manga adaptation of Madoka Magica. Madoka is one of the better written anime out there. It's really good, it's dark, and it likes to subvert your expectations. It tells a fantastic story with a lot of depth that's worth revisiting. The manga's okay. The manga's fine. It's nowhere near as good as the anime, but it's the same story. It's still that really good story, it's just not the best version of it. It's magical girls in a world that's not as kind of magical girls as you would expect it to be. Um, that's all you can really say without spoiling it, but it's got some good Cubes. It does have some good Cubes. Um, like that just doesn't hit as hard as it does in the anime. Also, it's just the Sonic Lost World soundtrack is just looping through sound effects now. Let's just go to Dragon Quest VII. Yeah, definitely worth watching it. I would say the manga's kind of not. I wouldn't recommend the manga being the way you first experience it. It's cool to check out again later though, after you already watched the anime. It's definitely fun to check out, but it's definitely not the version that like I recommend. Being like your first experience. I have no idea what's on Netflix. I haven't had Netflix in years. Madoka Maguka. It's really good. I'm glad I have it. It's just not the best way to experience this. This one's also kind of yellowed. Some of my pages are yellowing. I don't like that. I don't recommend it being a background series. It is one that you want to pay attention to. Here's a series no one talks about. I never see anyone talk about this, but it's really good. Genkaku Picasso. This is a I first found this because the first chapter was a preview they did in the Shonen Jump magazine. I got a bit of yellowing on the bottom. It makes me sad when I see yellowing on my pages. But this is sweet. This is the story. This is a short series. This is only 3 volumes long. I have all 3. It wasn't a one-shot. That was just a preview of chapter 1. I think a lot of people thought it was a one-shot, though. Like, people thought it was over after that. And I'm like, no, this is like a whole thing. There's 3 volumes of this. It's a short story series. But, like, it is about a boy who... He's very introverted. He doesn't like talking to people. He wishes people would leave him alone. But when him and a friend are killed in a helicopter accident... I haven't checked out Black Clover. I just haven't seen anything that's drawn me to it. But when his friend died in a helicopter crash, he is spared death. He's like, you know what? The universe is like, you can survive. You can survive, but in exchange, you will slowly be rotting to death. And the only way you can fix the rot is if you help people. So he has to like use his art. He gains the ability to like look into people's hearts. Very Persona 5 style. He can create a drawing of people's hearts and then dive into it. And he can figure out what's going on in there. And he can use what he learns from going into the people's hearts and try to use that to save people from doing horrible things and help cure like the darkness in their heart. It's very good. It's very fun. It's 3 volumes. I think he does what he needs to with it and then he leaves it. But I really like it. It's fun to see like what each drawing of a heart will be. It's not like the deepest thing in the world, but it's very fun. I still really like it. The main character is very fun because he just does not want to help people. He's like, fine, I'll help people. Fine, I'll care. I guess I'll care about people. There's something fun about the main character. I don't know. I like him. He's very fun. Also the artist is amazing. I love the art. Like there's volume 2. All kinds of cool stuff. There's a very transpositive story as one of them too, where like he stands up for a trans character, which is pretty dope. You don't see that a lot, especially in like early 2000s manga. I mean, it's not like the best version of it, but it's a lot better than a lot of other stuff. And it is, and all that stuff. I really like Kinkaku Picasso. This is a good series nobody really talks about. There's some fun stuff to it. It's not perfect, but it's got a lot of cool stuff. Hungry Joker? I'll have to look into that. I've never heard of that before. Hey there, Chiaki, what are you doing? Oh. Yeah, I love this manga. This manga is good. I like this manga. Man, it's weird, but I like it. Also, I remembered her name is Chiaki. This is a good manga. This is a good manga. It tells a complete story from beginning to end in just 3 volumes. If you want a short read, check this out. Nkaku Picasso. It's worth it. Pretty short. Not that long. Okay. I'm gonna get the next shelf of stuff, but I gotta go to the bathroom first. First, let's roll and see what we get, though. We almost have them all. 7. Nope, can't roll 7 again. All right, what is that? That is a 9. You know what? I think we'll just move in order from now because we're running out of shelves. I'll be right back. I go to the bathroom. And then we'll just start moving from the top down. And we're back. Here's the next one. Did I say thank you for the 100 bits, gamer? I'm sorry if I missed that. Yeah, here's the next one. This is the stuff that I have on top of my shelf. It's not a ton, but they are books and they are worth talking about. This is all of Scott Pilgrim in color. They are 2-in-1 omnibuses. There's a Bakugan thing in there somehow. And these are colored editions, which is cool. Because normally, Scott Pilgrim originally came out in black and white. If you didn't know. But these are the fully colored versions by Brandley O'Malley. So if you like color, cool. I really like that it's not glossy paper. Like, this is just like normal ass paper. It's not like super glossy. It's kind of matte. It doesn't shine like a crazy amount. Um, but if you don't know Scott Pilgrim, it is um about a boy named Scott. He's kind of awful. Like, Scott is not the most likable guy in the world. That was volume 3. Oh, that's a really good back cover. She's cute. Everyone's kind of an asshole. Scott Pilgrim's not about likable people. Friendly O'Malley stuff is not about likable people. I've said this before, but like, it's essentially he is dating a girl, but in order to date her, he has to fight her 7 evil exes. And kind of the whole irony of it is he's not that great himself. But I don't know. It's a fun read. Like, I don't know. A lot of people like this. Everybody knows what Scott Pilgrim is at this moment. I will say, if you've only seen the movie, like, check out the book. There's a lot more going on in the books. There's a lot more writing in the books and a lot more stuff that, like, a lot more character stuff that's, like, written in the books that, like, they couldn't cover in the movie because it's 8 books long. And you can't cover 8 books in one movie. Yeah, no, Scott's awful. Scott is not likable. He's just a fucking asshole. Yeah, I don't like Scott. Scott's not likable. People, like I said, these are not likable people. But I kind of like that they're not likable. There's something I find interesting about just like a story about like a bunch of people who I don't like. I just find something interesting about like not likable characters and stuff written about not likable characters. But I definitely think this isn't his best work, but it's really good. I really like Scott Pilgrim, but I don't like it as much as Snot Girl. I think Snot Girl is my preferred of the series that I've read of his that I've read. Which, to be fair, I've only read the 2. I've only read this and Snot Girl. I haven't read Seconds yet. Good colors in here, but like I prefer Snot Girl over Scott Pilgrim, but I still really like Scott Pilgrim. It's just kind of fun. It's Canadian. They also released like some cool hardcovers, which I was wanting to get, but I just ended up not doing it. I own this card game. It's okay. I want to read Lost at Sea. That was the series before it. Just cool stuff. I don't know. It's Scott Pilgrim. People know what Scott Pilgrim is. Ugh. Let's see. Let's just get this in there. Put it back in the box because this is a box set. I still really like Scott Pilgrim. But, like, I think people overhype it. You know what I mean? Like, I like it a lot. I don't think it's as good as people make it out to be. People act like Scott Pilgrim's like the fucking deepest, coolest shit ever. And I'm like, it's not. It's not really trying to be either. Anyway, speaking of big fucking heavy box sets, Magic Knight Rayearth, Part 1. This is my most nostalgic Clamp series. This is once again Clamp, that all-girls group. Can you tell I love them? This is their first magical girl series. This was like before Cardcaptor Sakura. This was like early 90s. Fucking hell, that thing's heavy. Is it the Hyrule Crest? No, it's just Fantasy Crest. This is an isekai from the early 90s, starring 3 girls who get transported to a fantasy land to save a princess. Or at least that's what they think. This is some of the most beautiful art Clamp has ever done. I love the art of Magic Knight Rayearth. I just love Magic Knight Rayearth. It's just a fun shoujo. It's a shoujo. Magical girl isekai with mechs towards the end. This shit is wild. But if you like your very traditional fantasy stories, like, this is some old school fantasy anime manga stuff, but like, I love it. I love it so much. Like, look at this. I love these 3 main characters. This is just some top tier Clamp art. This book smells so good. I love the book smell. It's got like
griffins and magic, and it's just a big old fantasy adventure with like evil witches and sorceresses. Oh yeah, like see Children of Another World. Your path might be an easy one, but you must save Sephiroth. Like, this is some fucking 90s ass fantasy anime. And I'm all about it. It's got those fun clamp expressions and like some awesome art. Um, One of the things I find most interesting about Magic Knight Rayearth as a, here's some chibis, because this is exactly what you think it is. The ending of part 1 of Magic Knight Rayearth was supposed to be just the ending. It was originally just over right there. And then like a year later, the magazine called them and they're like, hey, people really liked Magic Knight Rayearth. Do you want to do a sequel? And they're like, sure, we need work. So they went back. The ending of part 1 of Magic Knight Rayearth, I think if you are familiar with like magical girl stuff of the time, is very interesting. It says a lot about more of the about to do with like the magical girl genre and its symbolisms with this series' ending than anything else. Also, I didn't pay full price for these. I paid half price for these. These are like normally like $30 a pop. I did not pay $30 a pop, but I'm really glad I own these. Oh god, they're so beautiful. These are some of the prettiest editions. They're really heavy. Like, they're not the most comfortable things to read. They're really big and they're really heavy. But like as a collector's item, this makes me very happy. Like, oh, this artwork is so just good. So good. Yeah, they need to get like the legendary magic weapons. Their inspirations from this were like they were all really into JRPGs at the time, like old NES JRPGs and old TV JRPGs. God, look at that dragon. So cool. At the time, and that was like their main source of inspiration was like old ass fucking video games. So that's where their inspiration for this came from. If you're ever reading it, it feels like this feels very video gamey. I'm like, oh yeah, this is super video gamey. It was heavily inspired by video games. Here's the third book's cover. The original ending of Magic Knight Rayearth, because it's a short series. The anime is really long. The anime is like super long, but the manga it's based off of, not that long. It's a fun fantasy action adventure though. Like if you like that kind of stuff, this is worth checking out. I will say like its biggest thing to me is the ending says a lot about like magical girl anime of its time. Very specifically ones of its time. It subverts a lot of stuff you normally expect. The pages are trying to flip and it's driving me nuts. It's just very retro aesthetic anime stuff. Like I like my fantasy. You guys know I like fantasy a lot. Beautiful artwork. Mokona. Mokona appears in everything they've ever made. Well, probably not everything, but like most things they put Mokona in somewhere. Mokona is also one of the authors. It's such pretty art. Oh, it's so beautiful. I love Magic Knight Rayearth. I think this is one of the great magical girl anime. I will say this is the era this came out is kind of important to getting why I consider it one of the best. But even if you don't get that, it's still really good. This is an art book, actually. This is the part 1 illustration collection. So this is like a bunch of the illustrations they made for all the part 1 stuff. Which, like I said, part 1 is originally supposed to just be the whole thing. They didn't know they were going to continue it past part 1. That was just the ending. But like, you get some fucking amazing full color art. Like, look at that. I love these illustrations from Clamp. These are the ones that they ended up using for the covers and like all this stuff. Just skip a few pages every time we flip. Like, beautiful art. Look at that. Okay, I can't share the ones that go vertical. I need to rotate the book for. I don't have enough space for that. This is a good one. I love this illustration. This one's really good. Who is my favorite? I love her. She's great. Is Mokuna. Magic Knight Rayers or stuff. Some character portraits. And these are just like explaining where each of those pieces of artwork came from. And all that stuff. And then like here's their like how long it takes them to do things. Yeah, so like the rough draft is drawn in pencil on copy paper. We usually go through 2 to 3 drafts before we decide on the final version. For May 1995 issue of Nakayoshi, we featured 3 new characters and a mecha for the illustrations. It took several tries to balance. Total time 5 minutes. That is how fast they have to draw. These artists are lightning fast. Yeah, like the finished sketch is then placed on a light box and a higher grade paper set on top. Then we still use a pencil. The final line art is drawn. These are the lines that will be inked on later. Total time 3 hours. And then like, yeah, it's just their whole process leading up to it. So it takes them like how many hours it takes them in the step by step. I love that kind of stuff. Like it just shows their process. The giant fold out double-sided poster thing here. Trying to be careful with because I'm trying to be careful with it. It just keeps going. It just goes. I'm not cutting that out of the book though. As much as I would love to hang those up, I am not cutting them out of this book. That's Magic Knight Rayearth, Part 1. The really expensive box set that I got for half off. I'm going to put these in the box now. See how well that works. As you can tell, I have a lot of like love for a lot of older series, but that doesn't mean I'm against like any newer stuff. I just like a lot of older ones. A lot of this stuff, I care a lot about like the history of these stuff, so like I tend to fall towards like older things just because I love history of stuff I like. And you don't know what's going to be history of the current stuff until you get there. Until it becomes old and people still talk about it. Then it becomes history. Anyways, Magic Knight Rayearth Part 2. That's right, there's more. This is the sequel series that they didn't know they were going to make. And the story they didn't know they were going to tell. I don't think it's as good as Part 1, but there's a lot of cool stuff that it does that I really like. This one talks a lot about like power and like who should have power and like why one person should not, stuff like that. It's really cool. Also, this is where shit gets like super mecha-y, but in like a cool way. Oh yeah, I forgot there's some dude here. Fuck off, some dude. The girls are the cool people. Yeah, Magic Knight Rayearth, it's a classic. It's really good. Super influential, but also has a lot to say about all the stuff that influenced it. You can tell there's a lot of just inspiration that goes in the Magic Knight Rayearth, which I really like. Once again, I adore these hardcovers. The artwork on the fucking cover is so good. And you got Umi. And like each one on the inside cover is like the color corresponding to the character. So like that one's red, this one's blue. You get like all this cool shit. It's so good. I love this art. Mokuna. Everybody loves Mokuna. These people started as doujin artists. You know, by the creators of Yaoi Hands. We bring you Magic Knight Rayearth. Oh, I hate the feeling of cracking my book spines. What's that face? Wait a second. Wait a second. I forgot about this guy's face. I love that he just has dot eyes. Look at him. That's a face. That's so funny. I forgot that's how he looks. Fucking look at the big old Mokono. Oh, too did I make the world in which ye magic knights reside. This shit gets meta. This shit gets really meta in part 2. But it's really good. Like, you have the magic knight armor. These are also really heavy. My wrist kind of hurts. These are so heavy because they're really high quality. These are insanely high quality. But it hurts. Yeah, and then like this is the other art book, the art book for part 2. You get like all these beautiful illustrations by Clamp. Now 3 girls shall become the magic knights of legend. Yeah, a lot more action shots. This one definitely has a lot more focus on action than part 1 did. Some beautiful art. This is iconic. I don't know why it's like cropped so far to the right, but whatever. These guys are just straight up pilots. Yeah, look at this great art. This is so good. No. Dolphin. Yeah, and then once again, explanations of the artwork. And then more stuff on like their process. So like inking, filling, tone, whiteout. Rough sketch, pencils. I like that they show that, like, yeah, you know, like a spray of whiteout depicts bright light and brings sense of beauty to the page. Stuff like that. Them talking about, like, the different tools this time instead of how long it takes them. And then you got, like, beautiful art. Flip it over, you got some more beautiful art. Okay, well, that's just falling over. You can see, like, right there is, like, kind of the sprays of whiteout they're talking about that they use for, like, spritzing it up or whatever. And then like on the inside covers of these art books also is like a map of the place. It's really good. Magic Knight Rare, it's classic. It's a classic that I have a lot of soft spot for. Gotta put these back in here. They're also very heavy though. My wrist hurts from holding those up. Those are the ones that I keep like on top of my shelf because these things are fucking huge. That and the Scott Pilgrim are both like way too big. Next up, let's see. All right, we're just working our way down. We're almost there. We're almost done. We got a few more. I like it. It's a lot longer. Like, if I pull out the manga, this is all of Magic Knight Rayearth part 1. It's just these 3 books, and then this is an illustration book, so that's it. The manga's like 50, or the anime is like 50 episodes. I can't, for like both parts 1 and 2, so like they stretch out like these 3 books into like 24 episodes each. Then there's part 2, so like this is like 50 something episodes. It's really good. I still really like it. It's just, if you want a shorter read, the original manga there's a lot of like new stuff in the anime. So if you want something that's like maybe not as big of a commitment, the manga is really good. But I still really like the anime. I still do really. Oh, I like the anime. Oh crap, that's big and heavy. But I originally found it through the anime. Yeah, that's an expensive Blu-ray. I mean, to be fair, that's cheaper than buying the manga. That's cheaper than the manga that I own. So, you know. Shelf. Oh no, I dropped one. It's good. put these down without spoiling what the next shelf is. If you know what that is, you'll know what it is, but it'll be a surprise for anyone else. It's just an interesting order to go through the shelf. Set it down. There we go. That got left behind. Okay, time to jump into a childhood classic. Yeah, I mean, like, it's a magical girl isekai thing. It's very, like, traditional old school fantasy, if you like that kind of thing, which I do. It's done very well. It's, classic Clamp being classic Clamp. Sorry, I have something underneath here, and it's really bugging me. There we go. Whatever it is, it fell on the floor. Okay. Next up. A more recent release that I've been collecting. Shaman King. That's okay, and I mean, I'm gonna keep it uploaded and stuff. I'm not gonna delete the VOD or anything if you really want to check it out and stuff, too. But yeah, we're still going. We still got more to cover. And that's all right. This is the current release of a childhood classic of mine, Shaman King. This is the current release that Kodansha is doing. And they are all omnibuses, so there's 3-in-1s is how they're doing it. This is, there's kind of a story to the releases of these. Originally, Shaman King was not owned by Kodansha Comics. Shaman King was owned by Viz Media. Well, not owned by Viz Media, but it was owned by Shueisha in Japan, because it came out in Shonen Jump weekly, alongside like Naruto, One Piece, and all that. And eventually, as they were coming out, Viz Media picked up the rights to releasing them in English, which was really cool, which is how we found them over here in the West. Towards the end of Shaman King, the creator quit the series and he dropped it. He did not like the last few volumes that he was making. He lost his love of the series. He was overwhelmed by it. He apologized to the fans, and he dropped the series on a cliffhanger. He would then later, and we got all of that in English under Viz Media. He would later then go back to bringing it back, but not as Viz Media. Shueisha in Japan sold the rights to Shaman King to Kodansha, their rival competitor. They bought it from him, and at that point, he came back. Hiroyuki Takei came back. He retouched up all of the art of the series from beginning to end. Like, the art in this is the same art, but he's touched it up. He's cleaned up the art and made it look better. He also finished it. He wrote the last few chapters and ended reading it. Hey, Shiv! Hello, hello! We're at Shaman King. We're talking about Shaman King. How you doing? I'm telling the story of, like, the complicated release that this series has. So eventually he released his what are called the complete editions with a ton of touched up artwork, some new chapters throughout, as well as the ending. The ending was new to it, and we never got that version for years. That was in 2012. Kodansha Comics finally started releasing in English that version that has the ending with all the touched up artwork, and they're finally releasing it. The Viz Media printings are out of print. You cannot get the Viz ones for a good price anymore because they're all out of print, and they have been for a very long time because Shueisha, who Viz Media runs through, does not have the rights to it anymore. So, but now, finally, after all these years, we're getting the complete editions. We're getting the version with the ending. We're finally getting them in the West. And that's what these are. I'm not caught up on them. I don't have the newest 3-in-1. These aren't my favorite quality releases, but they're still good. But like, this is a childhood favorite of mine. I love a lot of this series shaped me into who I am. Like, the main character Yo was someone that I very much aspired to be like when I got older. And there's a lot of like the way I look at the world and the way I look at things around me that like I picked up from Yo and like a lot of the characters in this. I have not watched the new anime. But from what I have seen, from just me understanding that like how many episodes go through, apparently it flies through it. Shaman King is like 35 volumes. It is really long. It is not that long of an anime. It's like 54 episodes is long for an anime. Not 34 books long. Yeah, and I mean, that's kind of the thing, is I haven't watched any Shaman King anime. I have been a manga-only Shaman King fan my whole life, so I don't know anything about how well the animes do. I want to watch them. I just haven't gotten to it. But it's about Yo Asakura. He's a shaman, which means he can communicate and is a medium for spirits. And at first, it's very like Ghost of the Week, helping out the dead, helping them pass on. But as time goes on, we learn what the Shaman Tournament is, and Yo's dream to become the Shaman King is a giant tournament. The whole thing is one giant tournament arc, and the winner will become spirit allies with the King of Spirits, and be able to shape the world in the image that they want it to. They essentially become partners with God. And it's one giant tournament arc to decide who that is. And every character has a motivation on why they want to become the Shaman King. Every character has their bonds with each other. Yo develops bonds and tries to understand as many people as he can along the way. I think one of the things I really like, yeah, it's the Shaman Tournament. It happens every like chunk of years. And the whole thing of it is like, Yo wants to understand people. He's not your Naruto, like, I'm gonna prove the world. Yo's a very quiet, reserved person. Like, he's cool and level-headed. That's his biggest strength. It's not necessarily how powerful he is. It's not that he has some birth power. He's level-headed. That's his secret weapon, is that he's just calm. He's well-collected. He's calm in spirit. And, like, there's a lot of Shaman King that's about, like, inner peace. But also a lot of things about, like, your connections to the world around you and how you treat the people around you. It's a lot about, like, a lot of characters don't have inner peace, and that's kind of the thing about it, and I really like that about it. It does explore different cultures and their spiritualisms as well. The biggest thing about Shaman King is like the fights aren't amazing. They're cool, they're really cool, and they're really fun, but like the characters of Shaman King are really where it shines. All these characters are very well written and likable for different reasons. It's battles, it's fighting, it's fight stuff. But everyone has a different culture they're coming from, and they have their own dreams and aspirations to becoming it. And that's one of the things I like. Everyone has a purpose in Shaman King. No one's just like, I'm evil because I'm evil. Everyone, like, they have something they're fighting for. Whether that be like, and Yo's is kind of a spoiler. Like, he starts off saying his is to live a laid back and easy life, but which is his reason, but like when you learn why, it makes a lot more sense when you learn like his story and why he wants to make a world where everyone can live a laid back, easy life. It starts to make a lot more sense, and it becomes a lot more of like, Yo's a good guy. He's just a very non-traditional shonen protagonist in ways that I really like, and the way that like characters interact with him because of that it's interesting. Like, just having a character as his main thing being like he's level-headed and he just wants a peaceful world, so the world can just be happy and just at peace, is it leads to certain things that you normally see typically happening, but it plays out differently. Just because the way, like, the author is fantastic. Like, that's his biggest strength, is how he writes these characters to interact with each other. He's so good at writing these characters, despite the main story itself having its hiccups along the way. Like, the last third of this series is not that great, but his character writing is its strength. His character writing is fantastic. The main villain's whole thing is he thinks the only way that, like, the world can be at peace is without humans. People who are out of touch with the spiritual world and out of touch with nature. Very, like, clashing ideals with Yo, where he's like, everyone can get along. It's just a matter of your mindset. Like, you're angry all the time, man. Calm down. It's very good. This is a bit, like, it's not like the deepest or craziest thing. Ooh, bonus chapter. That's done about 13 years after the series began in 1998. Okay, so this stuff here is the first time we'd be able to read these. These are all new for these editions. This is a very important series to me, basically. This is like this is a series that very much shaped me growing up. And currently this is about as far in as they go. There's one more after this, which holds 3 more volumes. I really like his artwork too. He takes a lot of inspiration from, like, a combination of, like, street art as well as, like, super old school traditional Japanese art, which is really weird place to take inspiration from, but it's cool. It's super dope. Lots of stuff about spiritualism and different cultures in here. I love it. Shaman King makes me happy. They go to the place I was born. Like, straight up, they go to where I was born, which was so cool as a kid to see. Because it's in the middle of fucking nowhere in Colorado. Like, where is it? Around this part. That's a Nike, man. That's Dracula. Dracula is in this as well. Not in the fight with Dracula. It's like before the fight with Dracula. The author really does his research on a lot of cultures. Yeah, like the backwoods of Colorado is like a location, but like straight up the town they go to is where I was born. I don't know. It's cool. It's cool to see them go to Durango. One of the characters does some soul searching out in the woods, out in the mountains, stuff like that. Some people care about nature. Some people care about just finding a place to belong. It's super cool. I love Shaman King. Which is why I own the old out of print editions as well. I have all of them. A lot of these were library copies, so they're not in the best condition. Some of them have some yellowing. Some of these, they're in mostly good condition though. Like, none of them are trashed. Some of these were library copies, some of them weren't. I did not pay exorbitant prices for these. I paid normal prices for these. I refuse to pay over standard price for my manga. I got these before Shaman King blew up, before like the remake of the anime was announced, before these were announced. People didn't really talk about Shaman King. It was kind of one of the lesser, it was a more forgotten series. It was like a cult classic, so they weren't too hard to get. But I do have them. I have all the old editions. One thing I really like seeing is he actually redrew the artwork for the covers. So like there's the new cover, there's the old cover, and it's the same drawing, but he redid it. So like this is his old art style, this is his newer art. I think that's really cool. That makes me very happy to look at. Alright, let's get this stack reorganized again. It's kind of a mess. Yeah, mid-2000s shonen's a weird era. Also, Anna. I almost forgot to mention Anna. How could I not? She's the best character. She's really cool. I really like how she's written. She is Yo's fiance. So she's the love interest, but they're already engaged. Like they're already an established couple. So it's not like she's not a like, oh, I'm in love with the person. She's not a Sakura. Thank God. She's really cool. She like her whole thing is like they're already in arranged marriage, but they do actually love and care about each other. She's very serious. She's kind of mean, but like she only is because she knows that Yo needs kind of a kick in the pants sometimes to motivate. Yo's very lazy, so she's kind of like the one who keeps him on track. Like, hey, get your ass in gear. Yeah, and like it's not that she stands around doing nothing. She's probably the second most powerful character in the whole franchise. She is not competing to be a Shaman King not because she's not capable, but because her husband's running for it and she's supporting him. And like it's his dream, and she doesn't want to stop him from his dream. Um, but she's also not like sitting on the back. She's helping in her own way, but she's also not competing against him. But it's very much because she has faith in him. And he has faith in her to do what she does. They're a very good relationship. And they're a very believable one. Also, she's a tough character. She's not like a useless female. She is very important. She's does a lot. She's just in a different role than a lot of other characters because she's not competing in the tournament. She doesn't want to compete against Yo, of course not. She's cool. I'm trying to explain how to explain why she's so well written. She fills in like a semi-typical role, but done better than anyone else has written her. She's also the mascot for a police station in Japan, like a real one. It's really weird. Like they were like, we like her. Have her be our mascot. She kicks ass. She's very serious. She's not like a comic relief character. She's a serious one. She's cool. She's really cool. I would say if you want to check this series out for her, it's really good. The backstory that you get like pretty late into the series, you eventually learn the story of how her and Yo met and like where their relationship comes from and their mutual understanding of each other. And it is one of it's probably my favorite part of this whole series. It's so good. Her relationship, her and Yo are two of my favorite anime characters of all time because I love how they're written. It's not even that they're adorable because she's really mean. She's kind of abrasive, but like it's in a way that makes sense. Like they feel like they're not a lovey-dovey relationship. They're a relationship that's way past that point. And I love a lot of this artwork of Yo that you get on the covers. Some good shaman stuff. I can't believe I almost forgot to mention Anna. I love how she's written. She's a really good character. Yeah, and like I said, she's far from useless. I would say she's probably the second most powerful character in the whole franchise, only because the first one is like ridiculous. Yeah, an old married couple are married. Yeah, that's like one of the jokes. It's like Manta like is really confused by it. He's cool. I really like this guy. Faust. He's a necromancer. His whole thing is he's a doctor who he's trying to become the Shaman King so he can learn the secret to true resurrection. He became a doctor whenever his wife died. His wife was murdered, as you can see by the gunshot and the skull he carries around. He carries her skeleton around with him. And his whole thing is like his spirit ally is his dead wife. And he wants to figure out the secret to truly resurrecting her, not necromancy, which is just reanimating the bones. And he sees he learns a lot from Yo about his own like mental state. Yeah, he's pretty fucking metal. He's cool. He's cool as shit. But he's a doctor. He starts off as a villain though. Let's see if I can find like one of his older chapters. Yeah, we'll go through like these covers and I'll explain to you some of these characters. Lysurg's cool. He is he's a British detective. He uses a dowsing pendulum. That's his thing there. He uses dowsing to find things. He always finds his mark. So he's kind of like a projectile person. But his spirit ally is a fairy, like a woods fairy who like pilots the pendulum. It's really cool. But his whole thing is anger. He seeks revenge on the main villain for killing his family. And that's his whole motive. His motivation isn't even to become the Shaman King. He's only entering the tournament because he knows it'll let him track down who he's after. He's really interesting how they handle him. He's cool. Ryu, I think this is Viz's favorite character if I remember correctly. He's a street thug who his whole thing is him and his gang are just looking for their territory that they claim as their own, and they just want to live there and not be bothered by anyone. He calls it his happy place. His whole entire thing is he's searching for his happy place. He's looking for a place where he can just settle down, live the rest of his life, and be happy without like people treating him like shit, because he's a street thug. He's a nobody. Like he's chased off as a ruffian. But Yo's like, I don't care about that, man. Just be cool. And he's like, you know what? I have a lot I can learn from you. I'm going to learn to find my own happy place in myself. And I'm going to tag along with Yo for that. I really like Ryu. He has a really good character arc. Um, like I said, everyone has their motivations and stuff. Everyone has something that they're working towards for their own inner peace. Horohoro's really great. He's probably the closest thing you have to like a Naruto type character, but it's less annoying because he's not the protagonist. He's one of the other characters. His whole thing is he's a nature guy. He doesn't like that over industrialization, building cities and stuff. It's tearing down the natural habitat of the world. He has a nature spirit. That's his spirit ally, and he's trying to stand up, and his dream is to build a giant field of butterbur leaves, so that way the Mokoro Pakor, which are his like spiritual ally, that way their species can have an endless field that they can live in, because their like natural habitats being torn down by like city growth and industrialization. He's kind of like, this guy here is like your Vegeta, Len. He's Chinese. His is a bit different. He's basically your Vegeta, I guess is a good way of putting it, but like he's got family problems, and I don't know how to explain his whole deal without getting into spoilers. So his stuff is kind of spoilery, but he's a really good character as well. Oh, that's the strength of Shaman King, is these characters are great. Most of them. There's a couple where I'm like, that hasn't aged well. There's a black character who his design is not aged well. There's Anna. I fucking love her, like I said. Is this the volume that has their backstory? I don't know. There's some things about it, like I said, haven't aged well, but there's some cool shit in here. I love Shaman King. I love how vibrant these covers are as well. Like, I love whenever they just, for a bit here, they just go into like these very vibrant, crazy colors. Yeah, okay, I'm at like the Shaman tournament now. This is where the quality gets kind of all over the place with the writing. There's 3 characters who are just witches. They're really cool. They're getting a spin-off series soon, actually, which I'm excited to read. But yeah, I don't know. It's Shaman King. I love it. This place means a lot to me. Like, yeah, even despite that, I think the series is still worth checking out. But yeah, I can like pull it up because he's on the cover here. Like, there's certain pieces of like his design that aren't good. They changed his name because his name in Japanese is Chocolove. They changed it. He's American. They changed it to just be Joko in the English releases. That was a 4Kids thing, and Viz Media stuck with it. And it's one of the times where I'm like, you know what? I think it's a good call to keep him just being Joko. His story is he's an ex-gangster who like did some horrible shit, and he regrets it. He's done trying to spread hate and pain through the world. He realizes all the harm he's caused, and he's like, you know what? And like his whole backstory leads to him coming to like a conclusion of like, I'm gonna dedicate the rest of my life to making people happy. I'm gonna spread the winds of laughter. And he becomes a comedian. And that's his whole thing, is he wants to make the world laugh. He wants to make the world smile, and he's done spreading hate. And he regrets his past actions of it, which is cool. His design's just problematic. Also, he's a comedian who's not funny. And I love any character who's a comedian who's not funny. Like, his jokes are painfully bad. Not in like an offensive way, in a way he's just like, he's not funny bad. For the most part, Shaman King, like, it's the kind of thing that happens with any series where, like, bringing in, like, 101 cultures and portraying them, like, you're gonna have a couple that are just, like, a bit, like, there's a couple times where it happens, but, like, never anything too abhorrent. Like, he always he's trying to approach things with respect. He never, like, looks down on any culture. It's just kind of, like, you know, a guy who's not part of them is trying to cover a lot of things that he can't clearly research all of. A lot more of them come in when he starts running out of ideas towards the end. He even admits it himself. He's like, yeah, you can tell because towards the end my ideas are just kind of not great. That's why he dropped the series originally. Like, he didn't like a lot of that stuff that he got towards like the later volumes. He came back after being able to spend time thinking about it and planning it out and figuring it out for himself. But he did a lot of like internal searching on what he's going to do with the series when he dropped it, which is cool. I respect that. Yo's just dressed as a monkey on this cover. I don't know why. There's never a reason for this. Just on the cover, he's dressed as a monkey, and I like that. Here's the witch girls. They're really cool. I really like their designs. They all have like different spirit allies. The one with the cigarette channels the spirit of a night through her smoke. Hers is like a doll that she does, and then hers is like a pumpkin thing, like a freaky pumpkin puppet. There's more Shaman King stuff. But I love Shaman King. I think the manga at least is really good. Like I said, I don't know anything about the anime. This is originally where it ended. This is where he canceled it and dropped the series completely, where he quit before the ending. But like I said, later he came back and finished it in Japan, and we're getting those released now. So we will get the ending soon, which I've already read scanlations of online, because like I said, that came out ages ago. But, you know, because since then, he's done tons of Shaman King stuff later. Yeah, I think he just left and had to do some, like, internal soul searching of his own before coming back to it, I think is what happened. That's all of Shaman King. These are all old and out of print, except for the new printings by Kodansha. These are, like, this is my personal, like, treasure of my collection, are these old Shaman Kings. It's not that they're uncommon, it's just that everyone who has them are people who want them. So, like, it's not that a ton of them didn't sell. They're all out there. It's just, they're all owned by people who don't want to get rid of them, because people who like Shaman King really like Shaman King. It means a lot to a lot of people. So that's why a lot of us are glad that these new editions are coming out with the touched up artwork. Like I said, he also went back and he cleaned up a ton of the art along the way. He didn't completely redraw it. That'd be insane. It's 32 books. 35 if you count, like, him adding an ending. But, it's cool that he went back and, like, touched up the art. That's way more effort than he had to do. The stack next to me is kind of precarious, so I'm gonna have to be careful about that. More Shaman King. This is a Japanese character book. It has, like, character profiles and stuff, but I mainly got it because it's just full-blown artwork of the characters. I'll take off the 500 dust jackets, because if you ever buy a Japanese book, it's gonna have 100 dust jackets for some reason. I like them. They're just not comfortable to flip through. So yeah, here you can get, like, a bunch of, like, modern art he's done of the characters, and just character books, explanations of them that are all in Japanese that I can't read. Like, different costumes for them. Like, so here's Yo, just like his normal outfit of, like, the open button up with his, like, bear claw necklace, his headphones that he doesn't know how to wear, his big old baggy pants. See, like, this shows why I love his art style a lot more too. Like, you can see, like, the sharp, large shapes that he uses. I love his art style. Yeah, the school uniform he wears, like, once. Him as a little kid. Him in, like, a tracksuit. I don't remember when that happened. Probably, like, only once. Just him in, like, his traditional attire that he would wear when he went home. Traveling clothes, just some casual clothes. That's his battle uniform that, like, his family passes down. I don't know what this is. I mean, I know that's Yo. I don't remember him wearing that. That might be a Shaman King Flowers thing. Flowers is the sequel series. I have not read it. Here's Yo with, like, his first Oversoul, with him and Amidamaru. Which, by the way, everyone has spirit allies that are also characters that they develop a bond with. So that's him in his first Oversoul. That's him in his, like, improved Oversoul, when him and Amidamaru, like, train a bit more. Just another version of that. Fucking final gigantic Oversoul, which is just a big fuck off sword. That's Amidamaru. That's a spirit ally, a legendary samurai. I really like the story of Yo befriending Amidamaru. That's really fun. That's spirit form, just another spirit form. Amidamaru is a kid. Mozuki, like, that's his friend's part of his backstory. Mosuke. Ryu. Everybody loves Ryu. There's his like one more of his outfits, hit more one another cool outfit. I don't know. I've never played Mega Man Battle Network. That's his spirit ally, Tokajiro. It's just really fucking cool. Faust. Yeah, here's that guy who's the necromancer. He's fucking metal. Look how cool he looks. I've always loved Faust's design. There's him in just like his casual walking around clothes when he's carrying. There's him with like he breaks his legs, but he has like a pet skeleton dog, so he's like, hey, give me leg support. So his dog like supports his legs by like reconstructing itself as boots. Fucking weird. Him in a wheelchair because, like I said, his legs are fucked up. There's his wife. There's Anna, one of the best characters. Just some of her outfits. More of her outfits. The traditional attire is really nice. Just more of the Asakura family. More of the Asakura family. I love that his dad was a hippie. Which makes so much sense. Yo's best friend Manta. Here's the rest of Manta's family. Len's family. There's the sister Joan, who's a puppet Jiangxi. Horo, his spirit ally Kororo. I have the statues of him. He's really cool. I really like him. His story is really good. Holy shit, his story is fantastic. More Kororo stuff. Forget about Bluebell. The lady he meets in Colorado who's just a fucking gun. No, you see them for a split second. In the later stuff. Yeah, see, there's Chocolove McDonald, or as he's called in English stuff, Joko. His design is not particularly well aged. He's a nice guy, which sucks. Looks like his design's got some stuff going. More people. Serg, I love his colored art. Yeah, there's like the witches. Yeah, we can flip through a little faster too, just because I don't want to dwell on things. Fucking Dracula. I love that Dracula is a character, but his like spirit ally is a vampire hunter. Dracula's like really melodramatic. Oh, poor Tamao. Tamao is so good. I hate that she has fucking Ren and Stimpy as her spirit allies. Bunch of house stuff. Oh god. Osorizan Reservoir. This is Yo and Anna during the best parts of the whole manga. Osorizan Reservoir. Yep, love that shit. Masamune. Yo's first spirit ally. Wait, this is where they are? Oh, I hope they do it justice. That's my favorite part of all of Shaman King. And it's just some Shaman King flower stuff that I don't really know very well about. I love Tamao. Tamao's great. I used to really like Tamao when I was younger. Just designs for everyone. Team the Ren. Yeah, here's the patch. So you got Silva. A bunch of them. Lip and Rap. Because a Native American tribe is like really important to Shaman King. Yeah, the spirit of fire, spirit of earth, lightning, wind and water. The 5 great nature spirits. Princess How. Not explaining Princess How. There's Yo as an adult. And Anna as an adult. They're just hippies. I love it. They're just hippies. Let's fucking look at her. Anna becomes more of a hippie than Yo. And then there's their kid. And Mitamaru just being fed up. Oh, I love their like aged up designs when they get older. Like there's Ren as an adult and Ryu looks the same. Manta's just him but with wrinkles. I love seeing the designs of the characters after they grow up. Zerg's a detective, so he's just got a gun. That's there's Joko again as an adult. Mao. Poor Mao. I always feel bad for her. Yeah. Shaman King character book. In Japanese, I can't read it, but I like seeing the artwork. Let's get this dust cover back on here, because fucking, it's Japan. We got 100 dust covers. I like how the table of like everything is sorted by what their affiliation is, which is pretty cool. And like what team they're a part of or whatever. Dust cover for your dust cover. There we go. Alright, what's next? Neko Gahara by the same author, Hiroki Takei, Stray Cat Samurai. This is cool. This is a short series he did about an old samurai who's just trying to find a place to die. Everyone's also cats in it. This is where he just pops off art-wise. Like, his art in this is so good. I can't understand what the hell is happening during fights, but like any other scene, like this art is so fucking rad. He just goes ham with like the brush strokes and shit. Like, it's just a really fun action samurai story. He just wanted to make something cool. I really like it. I love the sharp angles and the thick to thin outlines that are just thick. Look at that. You can just see just the brush strokes, where they started, where they ended. Like, they're just all sweeping. I love the art in this. He's just going nuts. This is just him just going nuts on the paper. And everyone's cats, which is cool. Oh, God. Oh my God. Yeah, that's gotta fucking hurt. I forgot that happened. He should have died from that. Anyone else would have died from that. Yeah, and then, you know, number 2, Stray Cat Samurai. This is cool. It's a cool samurai story with some fucking dope art. I really like the main character. I think he's interesting. He's just a grumpy cat who's just looking for a place to die. He's like accidentally making friends. He's also just like a legendary one-eyed samurai. It's just cool. It's just really, you can tell this series where you're just like, I just want to make something fucking cool. That's what he did. He did. Oh yeah, Norichia. Gansai, that's right. Yeah, he constructs the characters in this with such good shapes. Like, I love the designs in this. Like, look, that man's just a square. Just a big square man. Look at him. He's a big ass square. And then there's just like ads at the end from old Kodansha stuff, because this is an old printing. Yeah, this is a good manga. This is a fun manga. If you want like a fun, quick samurai action series, check out Neko Gahara. I've never seen anyone ever talk about this. Neko Gahara is fucking, it's cool. I don't know, it's pretty dope. It's a short 5-volume series. If you want just like a fun action anime with some dope art. Take a drink of my water. Holy shit. We're almost there, chat. Just a few more to go. I knew this was going to be a long one. there's those. More of those. And move my water over because there's not enough room for that. Okay, there's those. And there's those. Alrighty. Holy crap. Alright, next up. Bakuman. We've brought this up several times now. Several of you already know what this is. The same team who made Death Note. This is the series they made later. This is my probably favorite of their works they've done together. I don't like it as much as I like Hikaru no Go, but I still really like this series. It is a manga about an artist-writer duo trying to get published and then making it big in the real-life manga magazine Weekly Shonen Jump. It is written by an artist-writer duo who have successfully made it big and are releasing a series currently in the weekly manga magazine in the real world Weekly Shonen Jump. It's awesome. It's not perfect. Female characters in it are kind of lame. It's just the kind of female character that just like waits around for the guys to do stuff. Whatever. It's very good. It's very funny. It's much more lighthearted than Death Note. It's a lot of people sitting at desks. It's so much people just sitting at desks. But it's good. These characters are fun, and I love watching them just work their ass off. They managed to make 20 books of sitting at a desk, just fucking drawing and writing, be exciting for 20 books. And there's so many good characters, and like there's some good faces in here too. Like, because this is like willing to be like less dark than Death Note, you get some great faces. Good. It's just like them battling to not get canceled, them battling to get into the magazine, them trying to keep like them arguing with their editors about like the direction to take what they're making, trying to make what they want, like dealing with success, competing writers, like it's really good. It's really interesting. If you like manga, especially on like if you're really fascinated with like the people making manga, this is fantastic. It's literally about working in Shonen Jump. That's what it's about. And it's really good. The only complaint I have with it, a lot of the series that they make up for the characters to write, I wish were real, because I would read them. But like it's Obata's artwork. We all know Obata's artwork. This is the stuff after Death Note, so he's just getting better. I love him. Mizuna's fun. Good. He's good. He's just fun. Lots of different writers encountering like different problems in the magazine. As the series goes on, they introduce more characters who are having like different kinds of problems. Like one of the characters, she's like a shoujo manga writer trying to be in Shonen Jump, and she just can't fucking write for appealing to a boy audience. So it's her learning how to do that. Some characters are comic relief. A lot of people think Eiji is supposed to be... That's just a rumor. Nobody knows for sure. But a lot of the characters in this are based off of real people working in the magazine. But they've never confirmed who is based off of who, and which characters are based off of people and which aren't. They've only confirmed that like a good chunk of characters are based off of people that actually work in the magazine. So the rumors are Eiichi's based off of Oda. Well, that was kind of the problem she was having. Like, that's her whole struggle is like, her stuff doesn't make sense in the magazine. Yeah, sometimes they do. Sometimes they do. Shonen Jump will be willing to give people a shot. I love this cover. This is a good cover. Shonen Jump has in the past. Jump's had all kinds of crazy shit in the magazine. Like, the stuff that we know Jump for in the West is only like a fraction of the kind of shit that Jump used to have. Like, let me look up Shonen series. Yeah, one of them was like literally just they drew their editor. Let's see. Okay, well, we're not going to be looking in like the 60s of Shonen Jump. Yeah, maybe here in like the 90s onwards. Is that the one I'm thinking of? Bad with these names. That's not or. Yeah, we're not far enough. And hey, Butsu Zone. That's also by the guy who made Shaman King. I don't know. I don't want to look through all of Jump. There's a lot of stuff in Jump. Prince of Tennis is good. I like Prince of Tennis. I want to get that at some point. Look at Bobobo. God, Bobobo's a thing. Pretty Face has a very shoujo art style. It's not as far in, but... Also, Pretty Face is not a good manga. I do not recommend Pretty Face. Oh. Okay, we need to keep going. I really like Bakuman. It's a very fun read. I like a lot of these characters. A lot of the arcs are very interesting. I'm fascinated with like the production of manga though, so it's like very much something that I feel like you will get more out of if it's a subject that you're interested in. The last arc was a bit confusing, but I still really liked it. Yeah, I liked this whole manga. This is a good cover. This was a very fun set of scenes, was this whole fucking charade. He's an idiot. I really liked him. Bakuman, number 20. That's the whole series. 20 volumes exactly. 18. 18's a really good cover. It's got Otter number 8 on it. I own Otter number 8, but it's in the box because I bought the box set, which came with a physical copy of it. Here's something I really love that like I don't see very much talk about. Tagami Bachi Letter B. I love this manga. This manga is like such a good adventure series. Absolutely beautiful. Beautiful art, beautiful covers. Item number 9. Yeah, why did I say 8? Well, I'm thinking of a different series that like it's a pun on. Golgo 8 is like a real series. And then it's Otter number 9. Yeah, sorry. But this is Tagami Bachi, letter B. This is one of the most beautiful manga I've ever read. I love the art. There's a lot of black in it. This would be a nightmare to color. The ink and stuff, but it is about a world where the sun is burned out. And there is a fake sun that the government has made, lighting the whole world. And this world is extremely dangerous to go around from town to town in, because off in the quiet, out in like the dark parts of the world, there's these giant insect like kaiju monsters that will attack, and they devour people's hearts. So the Tagami Bachi, are the letter B's, are mailmen. They're messengers, and the main character wants to become the head bee. Well, he wants to just be a bee in general. And so the whole thing is that he is a delivery boy delivering mail for people in this like world where traveling is extremely dangerous. And the whole idea is everyone pours their heart into letters. Whenever just getting a message across is this expensive and dangerous, like everyone's letters are like, they pour their heart into it. So he believes every letter is worth delivering. As it goes on, it becomes a very like political mystery. What's going on with this world? What the hell is this fucked up shit going on? Yeah, also like they use guns that shoot fragments of their heart out. So this whole thing is like, you can shoot a person, but it won't hurt them because it's not real bullets, it's heart bullets. He has a unique power because it's a shonen series. He has the unique power that if he shoots something with a fragment of his heart, it'll reveal the person's heart that is inside the letter. So like if he shoots a letter that's being delivered, he will understand the meaning behind why they're sending it and the person who sent it. Going into that idea that like every letter that someone writes has a piece of their heart in it. So his power isn't even for fighting. His power is to understand people. He can understand people and convey what people are feeling really well. But like I said, it starts turning into like this crazy political mystery drama where like, why the hell is the government in charge of everything? What's going on with the letter B's? That's kind of suspicious. That like, why did the sun burn out randomly once and flicker? What's going on there? Why are the fucking monsters becoming a bigger problem? What's going on with that? What's up with this rebellion that's trying to like stop the letter B's from delivering letters? What's going on with that? There's a lot of mysteries going on with it that develop and move the story forward. It's really cool. I recommend reading this a lot. There is an anime adaptation, but it does a Full Metal Alchemist thing where it goes off in its own direction. At some point inside of it. I haven't watched the anime, but I do know it does that. Yeah, Niche is a gremlin. Every letter B has like an animal companion referred to as a dingo, but sometimes it's a dog, sometimes it's a hawk, sometimes it's like a snake. His is a feral child that he saves from being sold to the circus named Niche. And so his is just him and this little girl that's like his partner traveling around. But she's got like weird powers. Like her hair is like razor sharp and shit. So she's like sold off as a freak because she has like claws and shit. So he buys her and saves her because like otherwise, you know, she'd be sold off to like the circus or to be like a freak show type thing. And he's like, that's not cool. But then she has nowhere to go. So he's like, I guess you can travel with me. Which is fine though, because she's like really strong, so she can help protect him. The main character, there's some really good names in this. The main character's name is Lag Seeing, which I really like. There's a lot of mysteries and stuff in this. This is a very good series. There's a lot going on story-wise. It's very cool. And the art, like I said, the artwork's beautiful. I love the art. Um, there's a guy. His name is Jiggy Pepper, which is my favorite name in anything ever. Like, what's your name? Oh, my name's Jiggy Pepper. I'm a mailman. Yeah, there's like different arcs that revolve around like delivering different letters and what they mean to people and stuff. And like the bonds that lag makes along the way. It's really good. Like I really liked Tagami. I really love this manga. I thought it was dope. It's a lot more of a mystery adventure than it is like an action series. Wiggly salt. No, but he has a metal steed, which is just their way of saying he has a motorcycle. Yeah, oh yeah, Niche. I forgot about that. Could you not love Niche? She's good. She's a good dingo. All Niche wants is to be a good dingo. She's very innocent. Great colors. Yeah, Connor. Connor's cool too. I like Connor. Yeah, this is good. The artwork's really good. The story, the world is awesome. Like, look at this shit. Yeah, these kids and their newfangled metal steeds. The horseless carriages wasn't enough. Yeah, see, Jiggy Pepper. There he is. There's Jiggy. He's cool. His whole thing is he's the cool mail delivery guy. He's got a metal steed. Fucking Jiggy Pepper. That's my favorite name. That really is my favorite name. Yeah, see, like, this person's spirit ally is a goose. Just a big fucking goose. Not spirit ally, that's Shaman King. They're dingo. Yeah. These are my favorite covers that I have, though. I love these covers. They're beautiful. This one's green. Geese are terrifying. They're mean. I used to live next to a pond. Yeah, there's that guy. He's cool. I like him. Can't remember his name off the top of my head. I'm bad with names. She's cool. I really like her. She's a cool character. Her design's fun. I love the uniform for the letter B's. Like, the letter B's have such a cool design. Also, at the end of each volume, there's like a map. There's a map, and it's like, this is the route that we took today. This is where we went in this volume. God, look how beautiful this cover is. There's just Lag and Niche just chilling in a field. He's a good letter boy. Lag's whole thing is he's very like sympathetic to people. He feels so much sympathy to the world. He just wants, yeah, he's just a good boy. There's a whole bunch more Lag. There's a whole bunch of Lag right there. And then that final volume cover. Gamibachi. I had to lay down after reading this final volume. I really liked this manga. It's good. Check out Tagamibachi. It's worth it. It should probably be on the Shonen Jump app or something. But holy shit. With that, we have gone through all my manga. That took 5.5 hours. Oh my god, I knew it was going to take forever, but that took forever. I'm getting worn out. I gotta put all these back. I gotta call it here. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. Hope you hope you enjoyed and maybe found a thing or two that you'd want to check out at some point. Onsta's going. I want to raid Onsta. Oh, is it not in their library? I want to raid Onsta because I was talking with Onsta last night. I wonder why it wouldn't be. See that? Control V. No, Control V. I have to like reach around all these books to reach my keyboard right now. But yeah, go send out some love. My voice is worn out. I'm hungry. I gotta put all this away. I'll catch y'all on the flip side, and I'll see you next time for I don't even know what. But yeah, thanks for hanging out. Hope you found something worth reading. Have a good one, y'all.